Is this thing on? Hello? Oh, brother. Not this guy again. Yep. You're stuck with me again. But I brought a little something. I brought a little knick-knack. Little gaming apparatus. I thought that transition was gonna be so much faster. What up, everybody? How we all doing? It's your boy, and I'm back with the RG Rotate. Yeah, there we go. The RG Rotate. It's a super fun little flippy handheld, and it spins around. And I've had this thing for a week. I've been spending every day gaming on it and flipping it nonstop. Can't help myself. But I decided, let's check in, because we streamed last week, exactly 1 week ago to the minute, to the hour, to the second, unboxing this thing, taking a first look at it, setting it up. I've streamed for like 6 hours with this puppy. Had to charge it halfway through because it's got a small battery. But this time around, it's already set up. And we've got a bunch of games loaded up on it. So, with that said, these games aren't going to play themselves. We got to play the games, and that's why I spent all of my life savings. Once again, I racked up crippling amounts of debt to hire the most talented live stream producer in the entire universe. And they have one job. Producer, pull up the agenda. On the docket today, we have, oh, the date's wrong. So now you see when I meant to stream. But it's step number 1. Make the stream work. Kyle in the chat. What up, Kyle? We got Bot Ricks on deck. Stream seems to be working. Step 2. Step 2 is rotate the RG. Easy. Step 2 complete. I didn't even have to sell my soul. And oh. Anyways, step 3. What's changed and thoughts after 1 week. I got a lot of thoughts after 1 week, both good and bad. And I've changed a lot of things on here. Try and tweak it, try and set it up. I'll give you guys a rundown. And that'll take us into step 4. Play some damn games. Got a lot of games. Most notably, some 3DS games. I found that this thing actually, it needs a little bit of, like, you know, there's a little bit of shader stutter. But after that, this thing plays pretty damn well. And we'll get into it. There's some other consoles too. I've been having a blast on the Rotate. But a mandatory step in the process is step 5. Hydration check. That not only goes for me, that goes for you and you. And also you. Everybody needs to hydrate. And alas, once that is complete, once we've all hydrated properly, then we get back to gaming. Keep gaming, old man. Don't stop. Why'd you stop gaming? No one told you to stop gaming. That's what my producer tells me. And I'm the one cutting the check. Step 7, thoughts and we'll find out. That's a mystery that we'll all find out together. Cheers, Crazy Logics. And finally, step 8, closing time. Close the rotate. We need to unrotate. And once that's done, I will disappear into the ether. And I'll float up into the sky, but you won't see that part. You'll only see the stream end. But just know that I do evaporate into thin air in between streams. My ephemeral existence is only for the duration of this stream, which is why I'm streaming tonight. That's what my producer tells me. All right, and speaking of, you know what time it is. Take it to the overhead. Oh. This thing is so fun to just noodle around with and flip it constantly. Great fidget toy. But alas, there's only so much fidgeting we can do. It's time. Cut the music. Oh yeah, another thing. You guys want to know why I was late? Because I was setting this up. I'm not proud of it. Anyways, we've got a soundboard now, so I don't know when we'll use it, but it's there. Anyways, cheers. Let's get into it. Okay, so let's turn on the vibes. Let me talk turkey. Let's get down to business, y'all. This is serious. This is serious business we're talking about. We're talking about, and possibly my favorite Anbernic device of the year so far. So, the RG Rotate, very weird device, very interesting. And this one is the metal version, which costs about, I think the early bird price is over. So now this retails for $110. And meanwhile, I think the plastic black version is like $90, something like that. Maybe 95. I don't know. But what you get for $110 with this metal version is, of course, all metal body. You get the flippy screen. You get a pretty powerful processor, the Unisoc T618, which I found is it's just powerful enough to run it basically caps out with a handful of GameCube games. Not really any PS2 games. All the PS2 games that I've tried have been extremely sluggish, and I know that Persona 3 actually slows down in the later chapters of the game. So basically your performance ceiling is light GameCube games. You'll pretty much get most, if not all, N64 games, Dreamcast, obviously all PlayStation 1 and PSP 2, but that's very, very squished on this screen. So boost that up a little bit. But I've found that, surprisingly enough, my favorite system that I've been playing for, especially for the last couple days, has been 3DS. Specifically Animal Crossing, New Leaf. I've been playing some Persona 2, Q2, some Pokemon Ultra Moon, Pokemon X, and Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor 2. I also tried out some other games, and obviously it's not perfect because this is a pretty old chipset, and also it's a budget handheld. You know, we shouldn't be expecting full speed 3DS on every single game flawlessly for around $100. But I was actually surprised because not only does it play pretty well after some light shader stutters, but also we have this 1:1 square aspect ratio screen. And the way that 3DS shows on it is not too shabby because we can fill up most of the screen with our primary screen, and then we still get a little smaller screen tucked down below. So yeah, and that's another thing. What up, Philip? Dumas, that, like you mentioned there, with D-pad only and no analog sticks, playing PS2 or even GameCube for that fact, pretty much any analog stick based consoles, but especially the ones with 2 analog sticks like PS2 and GameCube, it's just not a ideal experience. I don't know how we would map 2 analog sticks. It would be extremely inconvenient at best and unplayable at worst. So that's where something like 3DS actually isn't that bad, because what we get is a very nifty analog stick virtual joystick toggle, which essentially turns this D-pad into an analog stick. And then we can toggle that quickly on and off based on what the game needs at that time. So with all of that said, let me go ahead and show you some of the games that I've been jamming on, starting with some Animal Crossing New Leaf. Let's tap in. Digitize. And let me know if the volume is too loud, too quiet, just right. But yeah, I've been jamming on some Animal Crossing New Leaf, and actually, one thing that I like to do if I'm playing late like this, it's almost 11 p.m. my time, is we can actually go into Azahar and we can set our simulated clock settings to be earlier in the day, and then we can actually do stuff. So yeah, I like to set my simulated clock to 3:30 p.m. afternoon. I think that there's like a difference in the time for some reason, even in the simulated clock and the way that Animal Crossing reads it. Whatever. Let's rip. Let's jam. Philip, missed your last live stream. Have you missed much besides the Anbernic flip? No, not too much. I've just been showcasing a lot of the the different stuff that we can do on this little flippy flip. Last stream was I was unboxing it live with chat, and then we were setting it up together and pretty much learning about the device as we were going. There's a lot of weird quirks to this thing. One of them being the audio side of things, because as you can tell, there is no headphone jack. It's just that one single port, and the dongle life is a daunting life to live, because not all the dongles work with this device, and you need to configure it differently based on what dongles you're using. Oh, it is a pain. Oh, we got someone new. All right, let's see who we got. But yeah, as you can see off the rip, usually there's a little bit of of funkiness with some of the shaders. But once you get into it, then it usually pretty much all these 3DS games smoothen out as you play them for the first minute or two, or as you enter a new location, all that stuff. All right, this is the new villager. I gotta say, wish like anybody else. Pretty much anybody else. Is Scoot in this game? Scoot is the man. Yo, what up, vegan? You bought your Rotate at launch from Anbernic and still don't have it? That's insane. That is so stupid. I've been hearing that everybody who ordered from Anbernic is just like not gotten their device. I ordered from AliExpress, luckily, just because I had some coupons on there. But man, I guess everybody's learning, just never order from Anbernic, I guess. Oh, I'm flubbing this. Come on. Yeah. God. Caught a butterfly, now we gotta catch a toast fly. So if we want to, you know, be super nifty, this is my favorite villager right here. Actually, no. My favorite one is Wolfgang. No question. Iggly just is kind of a vibe, I guess. But yeah, you can see that once you know, once you play for a minute or two, then everything kind of smoothens up. So what we can do is we can disable the virtual joystick and then enable it after doing any D-pad actions. It's pretty sweet, actually. Let me drop the brightness just a smidgen. Unfortunately, with this, for some reason, this version of Azahar and this processor, they don't work with the, they don't do the save states well. So that's been kind of an annoying thing, is that you can't use save states. Otherwise, the whole app just crashes. Which, there's nothing you want, there's nothing worse than if you're trying to make a save state and then it just crashes. It does the opposite of saving. It actually just loses everything. So I've learned that you just have to save in game, kind of like Citra MMJ. Anyways, let me zoom in just a little more so you guys can get a better idea of what we're working with here. Also, what up, all 22 y'all? Hope you're having a lovely Friday evening, afternoon, morning, dawn, dusk, wherever y'all are at. Thanks for coming and hanging with me. Sam got yours on Tuesday. Been crushing some Pico 8. Oh yeah. We're gonna be taking a look at some Pico 8 in a little bit. I've been messing with some Pico 8 lately too. This was the device that that finally pushed me over the edge to buy a Pico 8 license. I never got around to it because I was like, I don't know. I don't have any Square devices, and you know, Pico 8 games are pretty simple, so maybe I'll wait for the right device. I found that this is the right device for Pico 8. It feels so natural, and so it's such a vibe on here. Philip, them calling it the Rotate was such a miss. The Anbernic Flip sounds so much better. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, maybe the reason why they called it they didn't call it like a Flip or something is because maybe they're working on a Flip. I know that they're fully aware of Retroid and you know, of AYN kind of cooking in the scene right now. They're probably eyeballing that too. I know they came out with the RGDS, but let's be honest here. I think that device as a whole could use some work. It is a rough device. They gave it the wrong processor. They underpowered the hell out of it, and oh man, the screens are also like just kind of soggy. Like, figuratively speaking, they're just not great. The device, I mean, it's a budget device, but what shocks me, what baffles me is that in the RGDS, we get basically so we get a Rockchip RK3568 processor, which is basically the equivalent of a 3566, the same one that we see in devices like the MiU Flip. We also see it in other devices from Powkitty. It's a very common processor that's pretty underpowered. By the way, this is what they look like side by side if you want a little quick size comparison with a MiU Flip. And then also I'll give you a quick size comparison of the Anbernic RG 35XX SP because I don't have a 34XX SP anymore. Gave it to my bro. But in the RGDS, we have a RK3568, and then in here, which is basically gasping for air when you're trying to use it doing anything. And we also have 3 gigs of RAM, which is kind of just, you know, what Anbernic has been on lately. And then in this handheld, we also have 3 gigs of RAM. Not great, but the processor is like exponentially better than the RGDS, and it's cheaper. The black version is actually cheaper than the RGDS. It's pretty crazy to me that we get a chipset on here that can play GameCube games to an extent and 3DS and all that stuff, but then on the RGDS it's like struggling to play DS at 2x resolution. Oh, finally, let's go. What do we got? Stove. Oh, which, speaking of, I gotta show you guys my crib. Oh man, I gotta catch up on chat too. What up, everybody? Raptor, what's going on, dude? Vegan Pop-Tart, you're only going Pokemon on yours. Pokeroms galore. Let's go, let's go. Pokeroms galore. We're gonna take a look at Pokemon 3DS on here. We checked out Pokemon X last stream, and I think this one we'll check out Pokemon Ultra Moon, because I started playing that one. Lixley, what up, dude? Powers that be, what up? How we all doing? Philip Dumas, even the word spin would be better. Ooh, the Anbernic spin? Put you in the spin cycle? That'd be kind of lit. Yeah, RG Rotate it's kind of a crazy name when you think about it. It is quite literal, so I guess, you know, maybe that's what they were going for, is like just a literal translation. But man, the Anbernic RG Spin? RG Spin kind of is a vibe. All right, check out my crib. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Give you guys a little tour of the crib, the Casa de Monto. All right, let's put a stove in here because we got room. Yep. No, this is great. This is really great. I'm just gonna get into bed. How do I do this again? How do I get into bed? Anyways, I'll sleep later. Don't need to sleep. Vegan, you want to know all the Pokemon games that can play on it? Oh yeah. We'll check out. We'll scout it out. Ultra Moon was running pretty damn solid. I'm curious. So the one thing that's hard with RPG games is testing later levels of the games, because a lot of them are like, you know, 25 to 100 hours. So I can show what the first levels look like for sure. And so far, again, like I was saying, 3DS emulation has been shockingly solid. After, you know, like you saw, that it's not perfect. There's graphical glitches as things are loading in and stuff like that. But overall, yeah, it's I found that this is a super fun 3DS machine specifically for, like, you know, stuff that doesn't need super immediate response and super immediate, like, shader caching. Basically Pokemon games, Animal Crossing, Shin Megami Tensei. I'll give you guys a little show you guys that in a second. What do we got over here? Traffic cone. Oh no, man. Kind of dingy vibes today. Thanks, Tommy. Raptor Ultra Sun crashes like crazy once you get a couple hours on the Thor light. Damn. Oh, that sucks. Especially the fact that it starts crashing a couple hours into. Oh man, it lures you in. Damn. That sucks to hear. I'm curious if there's any workarounds for that part to, like, kind of just power through that part of the game. without it, you know, crashing like crazy. What do we got? Any fun clothes? Nah. Nah. All right. Hat check. You played 58 hours of it, and by the end it crashed every 10 minutes. Oh, that's brutal. Painful. What do we got? We got these kind of cool glasses, I guess. 240. Easy money. The Rotate has a screen with bad ghosting. Yeah, so I've done some, I haven't done any like ghosting tests, but from my general usage with it, if you're a casual user, then you probably won't have much of a problem with it. I personally haven't had much of a problem with it, but you can also see the type of games I'm playing. I'm playing Pokemon, Animal Crossing, not really like Twitch reaction stuff that would, you know, really be a problem with the screen that ghosts a lot. I honestly haven't really noticed too much crazy ghosting. If you really look for it, then, you know, then you'll obviously find it. But me personally, I haven't been too bothered by it. But as I record more like, you know, testing footage for the review, then I'll do the UFO test and really get down to the nuts and bolts. All right, let's quit out of here and hop into Pokemon Ultra Moon for a little bit. Knowing that down the line it will probably crash a lot more. But at least we can take a look. So another thing with the RG Rotate here is that the version of Android that we have is really dog shit. Not from like the way that Anbernic set it up, but the way that but it's the version of Android. Let's take a look at what it is. So also, by the way, this is Beacon Launcher. I found that Beacon Launcher has been my favorite launcher to use as like a gaming front end. And you can assign this side button over here to any launcher or any front end that you want. I found that when you're launching other, like I tested out a bunch of front ends. You can see I've tested out ESDE, Daigisho, Cannoli, NeoStation, and also Beacon Launcher. So my problem with ESDE is that it takes a long time to load up. And we only have 3 gigabytes of RAM on here. So every time that you launch another app, chances are that ESDE is going to close. And then every time you reopen it or go back home, like press the home button, then it will take, 5 seconds to load up. That's pretty annoying. I'm not going to lie. Meanwhile, something like Daigisho, it's closer to, maybe it's 4 seconds instead. And then it also does that rotating thing. So it's not as bad, but it's still more time than I want. Meanwhile, we can quit out of everything. Let me show you a Beacon Launcher. Press the side button. Boom, boom. Beacon. It's already up. And you saw we closed out of the background apps too. So Beacon is just very snappy because it doesn't dynamically load anything. You have to just like manually refresh it when you add new games. And it's pretty straightforward to do that. You just go in here, refresh everything. But yeah, I found that it's just super snappy. We can close out of the background stuff. But yeah, launching it, super snappy stuff. I've really been enjoying Beacon, and it also scales really well to this 1x1 screen. And it also has kind of has like an iPod Nano vibe to it. Scrubbing through the games, super fun. Just got like a very, it's just stylized enough. I found that Cannoli was a little too minimalist. You can see here. This is what Cannoli looks like. Also, it also refreshes. So all of them do that thing where it takes time to launch into the apps. So yeah, I don't know. I also don't know why it's like skipping platforms and stuff. Maybe I gotta noodle around with it more. But yeah, beacon launcher, amazing. Perfect fit for the RG Rotate. So enough dilly-dallying. Let's get back into it. Azahar. Oh yeah, so like I was saying, with back to dilly-dallying, the Azahar and Citra are the two 3DS emulators that come pre-installed on here. It's Citra MMJ. Now, I in my genius brain decided that, you know, I'm gonna uninstall Citra MMJ because here's the problem. the Citra MMJ has something that's really fun with Android devices. It's called scoped storage. And what it usually means, it usually doesn't cause a problem on certain Android handhelds, because what it does is it stores everything inside a very specific folder. And that folder is within Android, data, and then you scroll down to Citra. And then within here, this is where like all of your data is saved, including your save files, and your themes and all the other stuff too. Everything is stored within here. The problem is that with scoped storage on this version of Android, I can't copy in new stuff. I can't copy over my saves from Azahar and paste them in here. It won't let me. And I've tried using Shizuku, which is like a root access thing. I tried using that with other file explorers to try and just copy in my damn saves, and none of them would let me. So that's why I uninstalled Anbernic's Citra and then tried installing a different version of Citra MMJ. That still doesn't work. Needless to say, Azahar has caused the least problems for me, even if it's slightly less performant. But that's also, you know, up for interpretation. I mean, we don't really know for sure if it's actually less performant or if it's a settings thing. Anyways, what's going on, everyone in chat? Sorry, I've been yapping it up over here. Yeah, Kyle, give Beacon a try. It's great. It costs I think it costs like $3, but I think it's worth it, especially like having that option outside of ESDE. And all the other front ends too. Oh yeah, I also tried Cocoon, which is a great front end for higher end devices, but for something with only 3 gigs of RAM, low end, it just takes too long to load. All of them. That's the problem with all the front ends on this handheld, is they all just take too long to load. Meanwhile, Beacon, super snappy. Spectra Spider, you can do it. Do it, damn video game. I got you, bro. Let's get in here. We're gaming. We're finally gaming. You know, this is a forbidden task in the retro handheld world. You're supposed to spend all of your time just setting up handhelds. Let's go. So I'm still in the early part of Pokemon Ultra Moon. I actually haven't played this one. I think I tried playing Pokemon Sun ages ago, and I just didn't have the patience to get through the tutorial section of the game because it's very handholdy early on. It took forever to even get near the end of the tutorial island, and I was just like, stop telling me everything that I need to do. God damn. I had played a Pokemon game before. Oh, look at that thing. So I mentioned before, but a big thing with 3DS emulation is there's occasionally what's called shader compilation stutters. Even though we have async shaders enabled and all that stuff, there's no avoiding compiling shaders. So there's going to be like little hitches from time to time, especially when you enter a new area or you load a new game. But if performance outside of those hitches is, you know, good, is solid and consistent, then most of the time you'll be all right. It's just if the performance between those occasional frame hitches is slow and sluggish, then you know that the game is outside of your, you know, current performance ceiling, or the settings that you set it at are not, you know, not optimized enough. Oh, it's go time. So you can see exactly what I was talking about. Just a quick little chug there. And then I also mapped the screen swap button to R2. So if I need to see, like, you know, something on the big screen up here, then I could just do that. R2. Light work. Let me at him. Wait a minute. Wait. Am I just gonna eat shit? Raptor. You had to turn off disk shader cache to prevent the reboot crashes. Yeah, that sounds right. Exactly, like when it comes to like crazy consistent crashing and weird parts of games, because emulation isn't perfect, especially on you know, different chipsets and all that stuff. Yeah, it sounds like a weird workaround you got to do. Spectro Spider, you love the rotate already. Yeah, exactly. Setup time is like 90% of it. It's crazy. But once you get it set up, especially with a pocket-sized handheld like this, then it really shines. I feel like the setting, like doing all the setup on larger handhelds often becomes almost like a whole like hobby project. It kind of feels like a hobby car in a way. Like setting up something like a you know, an Odin 2 Portal or a Retroid Pocket 5 or 6. Meanwhile, with something that you bring everywhere with you in your pocket, once you get it feeling right, then it's like, then it really shines. Then you're really like, okay, I can jump right into games. I have a nice front end. So yeah, I'm a big fan of, that's why I was so determined. That's why I tried literally 6 different front ends and game launchers on this thing, because I was like, I want to find the best one. I want to find the snappiest one that also looks kind of cool. And that's why I landed on Beacon. Also, if you guys are in fact curious, I tried Switch emulation on here. Emphasis on tried. And out of the 3 games that I tested, none of them worked on Eden. I tested 3 very lightweight indie games. I tested A Short Hike, Animal Well, and Fez. None of them worked, but I went back to the fundamentals. I went back to the basics, and I downloaded Sudachi. And A Short Hike works on Sudachi. That's where I landed. We got 1 Switch game running on here, 1 glorious Switch game. And we can test it out if you really want to see Switch on here. A widescreen widescreen system from 2017. Older Yuzu works on your RP3 Plus. Yeah, maybe I'll try older Yuzu. That might actually be the solve too. Do you know how much RAM the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus has? Because I feel like having the 3 gigs of RAM is a pretty significant bottleneck when it comes to running Switch games. I think that that's a big reason that a lot of the newer emulators just crash on site. So yeah, with Switch emulation, it's pretty much not happening. However, with PSP emulation, PSP runs pretty much great, so performance-wise, you won't have much of a problem. It's also a widescreen 16:9 aspect ratio device system, but I found that with PSP, you can actually stretch it just a little bit. You can give it a moderate stretching to make it more of a you know, an in-between where it's not fully widescreen. You can just kind of stretch it upwards just a little bit, and it fills up more of the screen, and it doesn't look that weird. So I highly recommend messing around with that. But yeah, I was actually gonna try and tee up some PS2 games to showcase, but doesn't seem like a lot of PS2 games run well on here. Kyle, so it has 4 gigs of RAM. Okay, so it's just about 33% more RAM than the RG Rotate. When you really put it into perspective. What's going on? It's times like this that I really wish there was just a skip cutscene button. But nah, not Nintendo. No siree. What PS2 emulators did you try? I tried Nether SX2. That was the one PS2 emulator I tried. Is there a PCSX or a PSX? Oh man, I don't know the sequence of letters, but it's like a rearmed version for Android. I don't know what other PS2 emulators there are on Android, but yeah, I tried Nether SX2 and I underclocked the shit out of it, and it was still just not a great experience. Unfortunately. Yeah, Ultra Moon, yeah, Raptor. Ultra Moon is a slog, goddamn. Whole lot of unnecessary lore here. I can show you my my settings after this. That's the bones. It's not perfect. There are some shader stutters when it comes to entering battle and entering like new areas. There's like a little frame hitch from time to time. But a lot of the time, once the shader cache starts to build up and starts to load in stuff, then it becomes much smoother. Which is the nifty thing about 3DS emulation. Dude, every time, it's like they're fucking edging us. Like, every time it looks like we're gonna actually be able to play the game and actually have some gameplay for once, then it's like, hey, forgetting me? What's up, champ? Going somewhere? Come help me out on this. Take a walk with me. They're like there again. It's the illusion of choice. God damn. All right, we're gonna have another Pokemon battle. I want to get at least like one more battle in before we check out some other. Before we first, I gotta show you guys the settings, and then we'll check out some other 3DS games. Keep in mind, I also played this for like 20 minutes before stream. So this is a solid like 30 to 45 minutes into the game. Really needed that lore dump. All right, he'll finally set me free, Raptor. I really hope so. The shackles of the professor here are ironclad. ARM SX2 and Play are two versions of Nether. Oh, okay, cool. Is ARM SX2 more optimized than Nether SX2 for like lower end handhelds? Like which one would you think would be a better fit for a T618 with 3 gigs of RAM? Got yourself a grubbin. I also be grubbing sometimes. Spectro Spider, have you played around with streaming to the device? I haven't gotten into that either. Both streaming content and also streaming games. I haven't really done either. I need to get my Jellyfin server back up and running. I ran it on a Raspberry Pi for a few years, and then the storage and the cache just got completely overloaded, and the entire system just failed. Because I was also running a Nextcloud server on there too. So for home streaming video media and stuff like that, I haven't done any of that stuff. And when it comes to streaming games, I thought about it, and then I was like, I looked at the controls, and I was like, maybe not. Maybe I don't want to actually do PC game streaming on here. Even though it might be fine, I don't know. Should I get a grubbin, y'all? Might as well, right? Guy's kind of derpy looking. Do I only have 1 Pokeball, by the way? What the hell? Okay, now I got 10. We good. Plus the cat. What up? Big dog. How does this thing perform with 3DS? Not too bad, honestly. There are shader stutters, especially in like more demanding games like Pokemon. There's occasionally some like stutters when you go into battle and when you leave battle, that kind of thing. Enter new areas. But outside of that, honestly, like it's pretty solid. The performance itself is pretty impressive for a little $100 handheld like this. What do we name him? Grubby Mitts. Let's name him Grubby. And usually the most noticeable stutter is the audio, which might actually work in this thing's favor because the only speaker we have is a single backfiring speaker. And the only headphone jack we have is a USB-C port. There's no actual headphone jack. So if you don't plan on using audio, this thing is great. Capture this little fella too. So yeah, as you can see, 3DS emulation isn't perfect, but I would say this is definitely playable. Extremely playable. Busted Cap, saw a dude playing GTA San Andreas on that thing. Yeah, I was looking up some different games to play, and I noticed that GTA San Andreas would be playable on here. I was like, whoa, kind of sick. I don't know if the controls are great for a GTA game, but hey, the fact that you can actually run it alone, it's pretty sweet. Pika Peck. What a name. Pick. Alright, let me grab this little Pokeball. And we'll see. Got trainer up here. We'll defeat the trainer, and then I'll show you my settings. Who hasn't seen my settings? Which one of you has to see my settings? Well, I'll show my settings after this. Spectro, like it came with Moonlight, but you're not a PC gamer. Moonlight, honestly, is fine at best in general. Artemis and Apollo are kind of the best versions of Moonlight and Sunshine. But yeah, I would say with a handheld like this, D-pad, 4 face buttons, you probably won't be doing too much PC gaming. It's probably not the best way to play PC games. Let's go. All right. Let's save. And let me show you settings. And again, I'm not like the most knowledgeable 3DS emulation guru. So, but here are the settings that I'm rocking with here. We've got general, limit speed. And here I turned off new 3DS mode because this doesn't have like the second C stick and all that stuff. And I figured that I'd like to just remap these inner shoulder buttons anyway. And also, I don't want to trick it into thinking that we have more performance than we actually do, because the new 3DS had a little extra performance. Go down here. I do the simulated clock just for Animal Crossing. Camera, unrelated. Gamepad. All that stuff is pretty normal stuff. The only funky thing is that I have ZR unbound, and then I bound it to swap screen just to make it more just easier to swap screens, because I do it a lot. And then here's probably what you want to see, the graphics. Graphics API, we got Vulkan. That instantly, changing it to Vulkan just instantly makes every game run better. Got that spurvy stuff going on. Async shader compilation, that usually helps speed things up. Disk shader cache. Yada, yada, yada. I do want to try the disable right eye rendering, but I know that that can sometimes cause problems. The layout. Here's okay, so this one I actually spent a good amount of time trying to like fine-tuning my own custom layout, as you probably saw back there. So I have it in landscape set to custom layout. And then the landscape custom layout here. X and Y on top screen set to 0. The width set to 720 and 432 on the height. Bottom screen is 168 on the X position, 433 on Y position. Technically on paper, it should be 432, just like the height, but I set it to 433, so there's a 1 pixel buffer. And then width is 384, height is 288. And those are the exact proportions of 3DS screens, give or take. If they're not the exact, I think that I ran the numbers and did the multiplication. But yeah, anyways, what up, Ryan? Yo, how you doing, Ryan Retro? What's up, dude? Let's go, let's go, let's go! Yours is coming today. Hell yeah. What up, Michael Benny? Spectre Spider, you're a huge fan of GB and GBA Pokemon ROM hacks. I too am a fellow a ROM hack enjoyer. I've been really enjoying Pokemon Lazarus, especially as like one of the newer ones. I tried Pokemon Odyssey, didn't really click with me. Pokemon Unbound is a classic. Yeah, a whole lot of Pokemon Prism on the GBC is pretty banging. Let's do a little bit of Pokemon X while we're at it. Let's just keep jamming on Pokemon for a bit. Any backlight bleed on that screen? No sirree, Busta. Yeah, I haven't found any backlight bleed at all on my unit. I know a lot of people have been talking about the ghosting of the screen, and I haven't done any intensive testing to record like ghosting tests and all that stuff, which I'm going to do for my review, just to be thorough. But from my casual experience in the last week, I've really just been focusing on experiencing the handheld, getting familiar with it, setting it up, noodling around with it, all that stuff. You know, waiting for shaders to cache like that. But you can see that once things cache in, usually a couple seconds of like caching everything, and then it just runs pretty smoothly. It's kind of a vibe. Oh, I gotta go back freaking home, right? I gotta get the Madre to prepare me for my journey. Classic. All right, which one's my house? Is it this one? Spectro, you're a Gen 2 diehard. Yes. Yeah, yes, dude. Heart and Soul. Yeah. I gotta try that one. Are you talking about your favorite Pokemon entry being Heart Gold and Soul Silver? Personally, my favorite Pokemon game is Heart Gold. That's just such a rock solid game. It has like everything you could possibly want, and like classic Pokemon with quality of life enhancements, and it's a huge ass game. Heart and Soul. I gotta try Heart and Soul. Yes, I know how to use a town. That's my boy. That a boy. Oh. Right on in the house. Rhyhorn. Shows what a real Pokemon man I am. What up, Chris Godmode? Good morning. How you doing, doggy? How you been? I've been rotating my RG for the last week here. This thing, I've literally just been carrying it around with me nonstop. It has been such a fun little fidget toy. Great for just flipping out gaming for a little bit and then closing it back up. Don't tell me. I don't care, dude. All right, let's see how this performs compared to Ultra Moon. All right, so we still get a little bit of shader stutter there at the beginning. I don't know if I have any Pokeballs yet. Nope. Yeah, bust a cap. Unbound is great. What is Quetzal? Sounds crazy. Quetzal. Oh, this is where you learn how to catch. Heart and Soul ROM hack has a Hoenn counterpart that has an insane amount of special features called Quetzal. Whoa, okay. That sounds sick. Heart and Soul randomizer. Yo! God damn. The only games that I've been doing randomizers on lately have been Zelda Ocarina of Time, Metroid Fusion, and Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow and Aria of Sorrow. Just absolute banger games to run randomizers on. I've been a big fan of randomizers lately. I need to try them out more on Pokemon games, but first I need to actually get more familiar with them too before I go randomizing them. Yo, Spectro. Okay, you want to do an Ocarina of Time rando? Get Ship of Arcanian. It's such a great way to play Ocarina of Time. It's got built-in randomizers, and you can tune it up to your heart's content. If you have a dual screen device like an RGDS or an AYN Thor, I also recommend using like a tracker at the bottom, like track.oot or trackoot.net. That one has a great like randomizer tracker to just like keep track of all the items and where you can go next and all that stuff. I did a whole live stream just doing that, just doing Zelda Ocarina randomizer and on the RGDS. Super janky ass stream. I had way too much on screen. But hey, you know, we shooting from the hip out here. Conquer Pocket Fit, yo, nice, hell yeah. I don't know a lot of people who got a Conquer Pocket Fit. It looked great, honestly. Kind of looked like an Odin 3 counterpart in a way. Did they give me any Pokeballs? I was not paying attention. Oh, look at this dumbass rabbit. What the hell? Bro came for the tricks. Even in a body bag. Damn, 12 gigs of RAM in this economy, Spider. Yo, Ocarina of Time multiplayer. That sounds crazy. I haven't thought of that. That'd be pretty sick. I don't know how it would work, but that sounds fucking awesome. You could do like the same, you both could run the same randomizer seed, but even that, like randomizers in Ocarina of Time take, for a casual plebeian like me, I think my best time was maybe like 8 to 10 hours, somewhere in that range. I usually take my time, even though I'm trying to speed run. Nathan Gonzalez, what up, doggy? How you doing? Majid Phil streams a multiplayer with 3 players in their own game. That sounds crazy as hell. 3 players in Ocarina of Time. Just running it up. Oh, I'm a ghost. Oh, nice. Free heal in the house. Bust a cat. The metal body very heavy in the pocket for you. Not necessarily. It's definitely noticeable. But the thing is like in the hand, it feels so premium because a lot of our like modern devices are metal, like our cell phones. And I personally gravitate towards metal handhelds because they feel super premium. This is my previous like pocket main here, the GKD Pixel 2 here. This thing is also metal. A lot lighter because it's a smaller handheld, but this thing is actually not super heavy. I'll actually let me show you. Do a little something real quick. I'll give you an idea of what the weight is on here. Let me unplug this. I'll give you a little rundown. So here is a little scale. Metal, silver, RG Rotate. 210.7 grams. And that's pretty much the exact same weight as a Game Boy Color with a cartridge in it. 210.7. Without the cartridge, 186.9. With the cartridge, same weight. So you're looking at pretty comparable weights overall. You know, 210.5. Something like a TrimUI brick hammer. This is another very popular metal handheld. That one's 197 grams. Only about 13 grams lighter than this Anbernic RG Rotate. And you can see that the Rotate has a 3.5 inch screen compared to the Brick Hammer's 3.2 inch screen. It's also bigger overall. But let me see what else. We also have a Anbernic RG 35XXSP. This was another pretty popular handheld. That's 196 grams. So again, only a little less than 15 grams lighter than this all metal body here. And this is an all plastic body. Same exact size screen, 3.5 inches, all plastic body, all metal, only 15 grams heavier. So hopefully that gives you an idea of you know, what we're working with the RG Rotate. Do I have a PSP Go on hand to compare? No, my biggest regret in life is not buying a PSP Go, but I do have a PS Vita. If you're interested in that. I also have a PSP, just a regular PSP. It's kind of busted up. Don't look at the back. That's not Scotch tape. That's not Scotch tape holding the UMD slot vaguely closed. But it does weigh about 246.5 grams versus our boy here, 210.5. Let me grab my Vita across the... Keep throwing out handheld suggestions too. I might have them on my shelf. Got about 30 some odd handhelds. So I might pick your poison. I might have it. Here is a PS Vita 1000. This is the OLED model. 270. Kind of chonky. Meanwhile, we have a PS Vita 2000. You can get the dust off it. PS Vita 2000. This is the LCD model. Significantly lighter, 218.1. So that's about 8 grams heavier than the RG Rotate. So it more or less weighs very similar to a PS Vita or a Game Boy Color. It's obviously a much smaller profile, so it feels a lot more dense. But the actual, the objective weight of it is pretty comparable to some other mainstream handhelds, corpo handhelds that you might be more familiar with. Datafrog SF2000, you dog. You take me for a Datafrog, dog? Do I look like a Datafrog enjoyer? Be honest. I take that back. Don't be honest. Don't tell me the truth. You got an RG DS in your hand, and it's 320 grams. I too have an RG DS in my possession, and that is in fact 300, just shy of 315 grams. It's over 100 grams heavier than our little fella here. Okay, so I've got two more that you might want to check out here. I got two more little fellas. Let's start with the Miu Flip. This is the original Miu Flip with the analog sticks and all that. This one, you might be surprised at the weight. 168 grams, significantly lighter than both the Rotate and also the 35XX SP, its main competitor at the time. You can see the Miu Flip was like 30 grams lighter than the 35XX SP. Is actually a much more pocketable handheld. Meanwhile, you can also see a very similar size too, but the Rotate is actually a little bit smaller. It's pretty crazy. Let me brighten this up too, because we don't need to see the scale for this, but check this out. Look at how small the RG Rotate is. It's a little thick. But it's very, very pocket-friendly size. It's a nice, I think that it finds a nice balance of pocketable and also substantial, because then you flip it out and then you can actually, you know, play some solid gaming. It's not a whole flip out like the Miu Flip here. You know, you get a little more going on over here, but you also get potentially broken hinge with the Miu Flip and awful customer support. Meanwhile, the Rotate, well, time will tell what if the Rotate takes the same path. Finally, let me show you, this is the little brother, the Miu Mini Flip. This has been pretty popular lately. That one weighs a measly 120 grams compared to our big boy here, a little over 211. So this guy is very dense, kind of like me, but it feels very, very premium. Yes, bust a cap. That's a great point. It seemed bigger in Anbernic's promo stuff. It when I first saw it, I thought it was going to be massive. I thought it was going to be like unreasonably big. So originally I was kind of like, I don't know if this is going to be a good, like, it feels like it's going to be a RG slide situation. You know what I mean? Where we think we're getting a PSP Go, but this is a PSP no-go. This thing is massive. It is not a PSP Go. It's the size of my fucking head, dude. So I thought it was going to be one of those situations where we think we're getting a small device like a PSP and we end up getting a massive ass device that is just completely different. And then it turns out they just have small hands. And the actual RG Rotate is pretty pocketable. It's like a very normal size handheld. And I found it to be definitely noticeable in your pocket, especially if you have it up against your phone too. You can see that the thickness starts to add up in your pocket. If you have like a pair of AirPods in there too, you know, it might be shaking around in there. Might end up pressing a power button too. Not ideal. But as just a general device, I think that the size and the ergonomics and everything are pretty well balanced. You know, you look at it and you pretty much get what you're thinking. Like, it's not the most comfortable, but it's fine. It's actually quite normal. And yeah, I've been enjoying it. Breaded nachos, I appreciate that. I spent a lot of time, you know, working on the audio chain to try and make it a more pleasant viewing experience. So I'm glad that you noticed. Thank you. Let me see what else in the chat here. You Spectro Spider. Data Frog SF 3100. You bleed for the frog. I mean, if we're talking frogs, I got a holy frog right here. This is the holy frog. It controls my every thought and action. But don't tell my producer that, because my producer thinks that they control my every thought and action. Philip Dumas, it's basically an SP form factor. Exactly. It's basically an SP form factor. I don't have a Game Boy Advance SP to directly compare it to, but I have pretty much every other SP device under the sun except for the Anbernic RG 4XX SP. But the closest thing to a Game Boy Advance SP is, because I had a GBA SP at one point. I borrowed it from my ex at the time, and I compared it to the Miu Flip here, and they were basically the exact same size. So think of the Miu Flip here as a Game Boy Advance SP. You can see it's very similar sized, but actually slightly smaller. And then, yeah, like we were showing earlier, pretty similar outside of that, pretty similar thickness. Obviously, the weight difference is pretty significant, but that's what you get with a metal handheld. I know the black one is actually not a whole lot lighter. It's because it still has some metal in there. I don't know exactly how much lighter it is because I don't have it with me, but yeah. Can I show it next to the Flip Mini while opened? Yes, I can. Check it out. 1, 2. And then let's go to Beacon Launcher. Get a little more aesthetic. So yeah, you can see there too, as I was talking about earlier in the stream, Beacon Launcher just loads up super snappily. Turn off both the screens to be fair. This is how they stack up. Now the Miu Mini Flip here has a 2.8-inch screen, the same one from the Miu Flip. That was just, you know, just copy pasted onto there. While the RG Rotate has a 3.5-inch display, and this is a complete square. This one is 4:3 aspect ratio. So when you are playing classic systems that are in the 4:3 aspect ratio, they're going to be a little smaller than 3.5 inches, probably closer to 3.2 inches on here. So the difference might not be as drastic, but it all depends on what games you're playing, and you know, and all that kind of stuff. Bam Raptor, I got you. Pixel 2 coming up. This is next to the GKD Pixel 2. Let's be fair. Let's start with them closed. Almost identical height. Basically identical. Maybe 1 millimeter difference at most. And then with it flipped out, much bigger. Both of them are metal handhelds too. And you can see the thickness from the side. the basis a little thicker, maybe. But then when you have it closed, it's a different story. Here's how they stack up on top of each other, or like a direct width kind of thingy. Ka-chow. And again, this is a complete square too, so you can just rotate it sideways and it's the exact same thing, like we were looking at on the side. Have I tested out any PS2 games so far? No, I have not. Maybe we'll take a look at one or two, but to be honest, PlayStation 2 emulation on this chipset is not great. And also we only have a single D-pad as opposed to 2 analog sticks that a lot of PlayStation 2 games utilized. So a PS2 is not great on here, pretty much across the board. Here's an RG Nano, by the way. So you can see the RG Nano, you know, the Nano is quite small. I literally do this with it. It's a very small handheld. I put it in my mouth when no one is looking. This is what it looks like on top. A little slippery. A slippery fella. Side by side. And then inside here. Trying to focus. RG52 Mini Spider. I don't have that handheld, unfortunately. Get that Miu Mini in there. Sir, yes, sir. Miu Mini coming up. This is the Miu Mini V4, not the Miu Mini Plus. That's how they look. Like that on the side here. Oh yeah, let me also show you this. This sucker. That's how they look when it's flipped out. Unfair comparison, especially when you do it next to something like the RG Nano. Absolutely puts it to shame. And then from the side when it's opened up. And then when it's closed. So they're both pretty pocketable handhelds, but again, this one's a chonker. And then when you flip it out, it is just massive. That's what I've really been enjoying about this thing. Kind of feels like a little portal that you're entering. You want the Nano, Spider, you want the Nano, but it's so hard to find. Is it? Did they just stop selling it? Maybe, yeah, maybe it's just a collector's item at this point. I got mine for $50, and then for Christmas I bought my younger brother and sister them too, $50 each. The Nano is great. Nano is just a really fun little fidget device, honestly. My little sister is crazy. She beat Mega Man, one of the Mega Mans on the Game Boy Color on the RG Nano. She just locked in on Christmas and just started running through bosses. Every boss she beat, she was like, yo, check this out, dude. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Yeah. She's too dialed in. It's like that mini SP. Yeah. This one's like the Funky S. And actually, I don't know if it's still charged. Yeah, check this out. Funky S, just like you said. I have Funky OS on here. This is the RG Nano. Super fun little handheld. I don't have any like box art scraped because I'm lazy, but yeah, I got all the goodies on there. I was carrying around the RG Nano for a while. This was my main pocket handheld before I got the GKD Pixel 2. Then you can see that like I slowly started increasing power levels over time. This is my pocket handhelds. The brick hammer is never really like truly earned my pocket handheld, so maybe it's more like this. This is the evolution of my pocket handheld. And then somewhere in the mix there is this little fella. Maybe slot that in here. But yeah, I love metal handhelds. They're just such a vibe. Especially the Rotate. So sick. Rotate's been a great metal handheld. I wasn't too to be honest, I wasn't too sure about ordering like the silver colorway. I wish they did metal in both the black and the silver, but I actually think the silver looks pretty classy in person, especially, and it's just a vibe. Yo, Nathan, no way. We got the same evolution. Hey, you got the same same metal spider senses. Just hooked on these metal handhelds like me. I love these metal handhelds, man. They're just such a vibe. All right, let's get back to some gaming. Let's zoom back in. Producer, what are you doing? Zoom in. Let me know. Let me zoom out a little bit. A little clusterphobic there. There we go. All right. Spider, you taking the Rotate camping this weekend? Hell yeah. This is gonna be a great camping handheld. So what I personally love about the Rotate, I don't love everything, by the way. I'm not just here blindly chilling the Rotate. It is an imperfect device. One of the things that I don't like about it is obviously the audio problem. We have a backfiring speaker. This has been so annoying. The fact that they didn't put any speakers on the front at all and fire all the audio away from you, it just really messes with my brain because I hear the audio facing a different direction and it just throws me off because it doesn't sound right every time. And then using headphones, you can't charge it at the same time and you need a specific dongle. This dongle, I had to go into the settings and enable a very specific setting. I'll actually show you right now. If you have a problem with the dongle not working, because Anbernic doesn't include an audio dongle. That's another reason why Anbernic is just tone deaf. Because they sell a handheld that doesn't have a headphone jack, and then they don't include a USB dongle at all. I know they're trying to save costs, but at the same time, like, try and maybe save your customers a headache. But you know, that's not our call to make. That's on Anbernic. So what you have to do, if you have an audio dongle that's not working with your RG Rotate, is you got to enable developer mode by going into the settings, about, scroll down to build number, and then tap it like 10 times. You can see you are already a developer. If you tap it 10 times, then it should enable developer mode. You'll see it like a little pop-up that tells you when it's enabled. Then you can go into system, developer options, and then scroll down until you get to the networking section here. Scroll down a little more to default USB configuration, and then set it to MIDI. Once you enable that, then your audio, you should get that little audio thing in the top corner, and you should hopefully start hearing audio coming through the dongle, because this dongle didn't work before I did that. Meanwhile, ironically enough, the dongle, the USB-C to headphone dongle that came with the RG Nano doesn't work with this one. And it didn't matter when I changed that setting either. It just didn't work. So crazy crazy that they just didn't include a dongle with this handheld. But alas, that is very on brand for Anbernic, unfortunately. Let's take a look at a little bit of... Let's do a little bit of Mario Kart 7. Let's see if Mario Kart 7 runs. I actually haven't tried playing this game yet. I loaded it up just before stream, so we're going to see if this is a first-time gameplay experience. And you'll see that there's probably going to be some 3DS shader stutters. I'm sorry about that. A little loud. Let me zoom in a little more. Alright, we're already starting to get some stutters, but some first time stutters. So hopefully they iron out as we play it more. Should we do? Oop. We'll just go stock loadout. All right, let's see how it plays. Green Pro Tag. Yeah, I'm rotating out some more content because I've been playing this thing daily just on my own. And I figured, hey, let's do a week check-in. Let me game with y'all on stream, hang out for a bit, and take a look at what some more games, what are some other stuff that we can run on here. All right, this ain't exactly promising. This is a little sluggy. That's not full speed at all. All right. So this is definitely a little more than just shader stutters. This is fully not playable in Azahar. We'll see if it catches up, but something tells me Mario Kart 7 ain't happening on here. We're hovering around a cool 45 FPS, give or take. That's crazy. Little bro's slippery. Yeah, it's not really going up. This is this ain't happening, chief. 40 FPS. So Mario Kart 7, I would say I would maybe go out on a limb and say it plays perfectly. Is what I would say if I was a Redditor and posting an r/emulation on Android. So let's get out of here. Yeah, not the best experience playing at about 2/3 speed. Mario Kart 7, that's an L. I can tell you probably with confidence that Kirby Planet Robot will also be not great. I've been plucking away at Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker. This is Shin Megami Tensei. I've been really enjoying playing 3DS RPGs on here, and like Life Sim, like Animal Crossing, New Leaf. Let's see if we can jump into like a little battle or at least get a taste of what Devil Survivor 2 looks like here. I know there's a ton of different Shin Megami Tensei games on the 3DS, and everybody has their preferences. Personally, I haven't played any of them. I only got into SMT through Persona 4 Golden on the Vita. All right, let's take a look in here. It's probably going to be a little bit of a... little bit of that graphic novel goodness. Also, just the proportions are crazy. Classic visual novel type beat here. Let's see if it gives us any battle sequences or anything fun, or if it's gonna be a little bit more of the old visual novel. But yeah, visual novel stuff here, like this kind of stuff, is very, very lightweight and super easy to run on here. And actually, I would argue that this is a pretty great way to play visual novel 3DS games because it's so pocketable and you can just bring it anywhere with you. All right, these are definitely some cutscene heavy games. But you know what's not cutscene heavy? Persona. Never seen a cutscene in my life in Persona, you know what I mean? Leafs Leave, what up? How you like your rotate? That's awesome that your rotate showed up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Spectro's Spider Mario Kart 64 is perfect full speed. 7 is not enough carts for the rotate. That's what I'm saying. There's not enough hamsters on the rotating wheel to run MK7. Good night, Raptor. Oh, hopefully I caught you before you dipped out. Yeah, Brighton Nachos. Yikes indeed. The MK7 was rough. So fun thing about the RG Rotate for anyone kind of new joining. Also, what up, all 38 of y'all? Hope you're having a lovely time hanging out. We're taking a look at some 3DS emulation in Azahar here. But a fun little thing about the RG Rotate is that you can actually just quickly toggle the D-pad into to read as a analog stick or a D-pad by just pressing power and volume up, just tapping them. And you see it disables the virtual joystick, so now it reads as a D-pad. So I can use the menu and click load game. And then once I'm in there, then I can just toggle it back on. And now I have my analog stick. But the menus want D-pad, so we're going to give it D-pad. Let's hop into the theater. Skip through all of this jargon. Yeah, Leaves. Yeah, I saw your comment, dude. Stoked for you. All right, I'll handle it. Sure. Let's go. Get into some combat. I'm fiending. Green Pro Tag. Video output doesn't work on the RG Rotate. Yeah, the T618 processor doesn't have video out. Or at least as far as I know. If it does, then the RG Rotate doesn't have it. They don't have that feature. Give us some battle. Powers that beat Gamma. Is there Gamma OS coming for this that we know of? Yes, Gamma is working on a build of Gamma OS for this. He said last week he said it was about 2 weeks out, so I would expect it in a week or two. He's very familiar with this processor, so it shouldn't take long at all to see Gamma OS on it. And one thing to keep in mind is that when you do install Gamma OS, you lose everything that's, you know, on the internal operating system, like all your save data and all that stuff. So make sure to back everything up. That's important before installing Gamma OS. Oh, let's fight.
Okay, 行くよ。僕の力をお見せするよ。これでどうだ？邪魔するならこうだ。
Spectre Spider, does it warm up quick? Not necessarily, but it does warm up, especially when you're charging it or playing intense games. Like very demanding games like I mean, not even 3DS right now. It's really not that warm. I actually have a little heat blaster right here. So, I mean, we've been playing 3DS for what, like, you know, maybe 5-10 minutes right now. Pretty lightweight stuff. But yeah, I can give you an idea of heat on it. 94 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 34.5 degrees Celsius. About 95. But when I was charging it and playing Cinderbox, which is a PC Stardew Valley port, it was heating up to, I mean, I didn't have the temperature gun on me, but I mean, it was getting up there, probably 110, 115 degrees Fahrenheit. It was very scorching. I actually had to put the device down. So I wouldn't recommend charging and playing intense games at the same time. Even charging it alone can get pretty toasty. But when you're casually gaming or gaming without charging, then usually the heat is very minimal at most. It's very manageable. Ooh, actually, we can knock down all these fellas. Maybe. TBD. Yeah, leaf sleep, exactly. It gets quite hot when you're using a fast charger. You have the plastic, and you can direct you to the chip after playing 64 for a while. Yeah, that's the thing with the plastic handhelds, is that they are very prone to hot spots, and that's a big benefit of having the whole metal body. The full metal body is that it spreads the heat much more evenly as opposed to the plastic hotspot where you can have your eyes closed and find the processor. It's that hot.
Okay, 行くよ。僕の力をお見せするよ。おっと。違った。終わりだ。
Ryan Low, what's the go? What is the go? What's good? What's going on with the goings on? Yeah, breaded nacho. Cook an egg on that thing. That's for damn sure. Man, I felt like I was cooking my hand eggs when I was playing it. When it was charging and getting up there, it was like, yeah, it was pretty scorching. Probably 115 degrees Fahrenheit. That thing was piping hot. We get through here and then we can all right, I'll take the save another time. So speaking of saving, I mentioned earlier in the stream, but with this version of Azahar, save states just crashed the entire emulator for some reason. So you can't save state any of these games. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's the same thing with Citra emulator. Is Citra just doesn't have save states functionality. So while Azahar does have save state functionality, it doesn't really work on this processor for some reason. It's kind of weird. Last 3DS game that I'll show you guys is Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds. This one doesn't run perfectly, but it'll give you an idea of how it does run. Let me actually show it to you in Citra, because Citra generally has better performance, but the problem is that it is impossible to import saves, or it is extremely hard because of the version of Android that we're on. There's so many, like, you know, internal operating restrictions and stuff like that. Let's see if we can run Super Mario Land instead. And it also, oh, I do have it bound. Sweet, hell yeah. Would you like to activate Street Pass? I don't got no Street Pass. Leaf, you know, you're in the last stream, but how did you get Gamecube to run so well? Okay, so for Gamecube, there is a developer build of Dolphin that, holy shit, this is a glitchy mess. Holy smokes. Pro tip for Gamecube, go onto Dolphin's website, and then you can download the developer build. If you scroll down the page, there's a developer build. Just download the most recent one, and that one is actually performs much better with Wind Waker and Paper Mario 2, a couple other games. It's actually just a much more efficient version of Dolphin. Even honestly, even better than MMJ R2 in my opinion. So that's how we got Dolphin to run a little better. Spider, do you have Discord for handheld help in general talk? I do have Discord. You can find me on some other servers. I'm not really super active on Discord, but I'm in the Retro Handhelds Discord. Just search Monthotech. You can find me. I usually, I'm not really like in voice chats a lot. I don't really hang out. And DMs, I might reply, I might not. I don't know. But yeah. I also Handhelds United. You know, I know there's a lot of overlap with some people hanging out in that Discord. But yeah, I don't personally have like a Discord, like, what do you call it, server? All right, let's run. Yeah, so like as Reddit emulation would call this is running perfectly playable. Not a single problem. r/emulation on Android would say. Don't buy Steam Deck. All you need is Anbernic. What is this thing? So yeah, I would say that this is it's barely playable. It might be playable. I would not call this enjoyable. Mario 3D Land out of the question, unfortunately. Maybe there's some settings to tweak, but I've tried to optimize this a lot. Oh, getting glimpses of hope. Is Saturn playable? Yes, I believe that Saturn is playable. Quan. FPS on Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. My Pokemon Alpha Sapphire ROM wasn't loading up right, but I would expect that it's similar to Pokemon X that we tested earlier in stream. Pokemon X was actually a little more smooth than Pokemon Ultra Moon. Both of them were actually quite playable, but there are some shader stutters. There's like slight stutters when you enter and exit battle, that kind of stuff. What a big doggy. Double team. So when it comes to like FPS, I would say like averaging 30. I mean, honestly, but there are inconsistencies. So it's not like a perfect 30. Very, very playable though. I think that Pokemon is much more playable than something like Mario 3D Land or Mario Kart 7. Let's head out of here and hop over into Link Between Worlds. Let me catch up on chat here. You got new Mario 2 3DS? I think so. I gotta check my library. I think I loaded it on here. New Super Mario Bros. 2. Josh, Adam, does this have the same processor as the RGDS? No, it is much better than the RGDS. The RGDS has a Rockchip RK3568, which is it's very, very similar to the it has the Rockchip RK3568, which is very similar to the RK3566. Now, that processor is in a lot of handhelds. We're very familiar with that processor, and it's not a good one. Just not a good processor. It's not great, especially for a $100 handheld like the RGDS. They really low bend us on... I mean, that's not the correct use of the term, but they gave us a dog shit chipset on the RGDS, I'm gonna be frank. Meanwhile, what we have in this one is a Unisoc T618. So if you look up on Google like RK3568 versus Unisoc T618, you'll see that the difference on paper is staggering. This is a much more competent chipset, and in reality, you know what it gets us? It gets us more 3DS games. Obviously not perfectly, but it gets us more 3DS, some light GameCube, light PS2 maybe, but PS2 is a little tricky. It also gives us like, you know, all of N64 pretty much, Dreamcast, yeah, PSP no problem. Bunch of other systems like this is a very competent chipset, and actually we'll take a look at some other games you can play on here in a little bit. Nathan, do you have the RG 405M as well? I do not, and I have literally resisted the Siren Song temptations to buy one for the last almost 2 years. I just keep going onto eBay. If you look at my search history, I keep going onto eBay and I keep like looking at RG 405Ms, and I'm like, I feel like the Green Goblin. I'm like watching it. I need it. I gotta go back. Do it. Buy it. Just buy the handheld. I've never had one before, and I always wanted one. But for me, I need to be realistic of my time and like focusing on devices that people can more frequently buy instead of like secondhand. Like focusing on something like the RG Rotate that you can actually grab from link in my the description of this live stream. If you're interested, you can grab that. Supports the channel. But yeah, like focusing on handhelds that are actively being sold instead of just like, you know, comparing to an older device that you know we have to get secondhand. So that's why I do not have an RG 405M. I'm not proud of it. I would like one. And maybe I will still buy one at some point. Maybe I'll give in. But that day ain't today. I've made it this far. But yeah, I know that has the same, I think it has the same processor, the T618 as well. Or maybe it has a T620. I don't know. It's a T6 something chipset. If it has the T620, then it's a... I think the T620 is just like a bumped up version of the T618. I don't know, man. It's all numbers and letters. All right, let's yoink these things. This, Ryan Lowe, this with RP5 chip would be... Oh, I'm getting bullied. This with RP5 chip would be nice. Maybe RG Rotate Pro. I'm with you. An RG Rotate Pro would be sick. I don't know if they could squeeze a Snapdragon 865 in here without active cooling, because there's no active cooling on this thing, by the way. Like, and that means no fan or no like fan exhaust or anything. It's it entirely relies on passive cooling and internal, like, you know, dissipation, which is why the metal version is actually has some more advantages too, because it dissipates the heat better. It doesn't get all, you know, congested like plastic handhelds often do. Yuga. You gonna piss me off, that's what. Catching up on chat here. Dead Viking Trolls. How does the latch thing feel on your right index finger? It's once you notice it, then it is something that that you might find yourself like, you know, kind of noodling around with. I wouldn't call it necessarily like uncomfortable, but it's not comfortable. Like the left side feels better. You might notice that, like, because I'm playing for, you know, we've been streaming for 2 hours, because I've been playing for 2 hours, you know, there's a little bit of like a mark there, but personally it's not like super bothersome. It's only slightly more of a mark than the left side, which is, you know, which just has this metal corner on it. But yeah, I would say that's it's noticeable. I don't love it, but it is definitely like an engineering necessity in a way, because it stops it from over rotating and takes some of the slack off of that hinge. It allows for just like more longevity of the device. So for something like that, I think, you know, I don't mind it because it serves its purpose, but in a perfect world, it wouldn't be there. I think that's the gist. Quan Vu, what's the benefit of going with Gamma OS over ESDE once it releases on the Rotate? So the benefit is that Gamma OS is actually a full unique build of Android, and while ESDE is just essentially an app on Android. So ESDE is basically just an app that you launch where you use it to you launch that app and then you launch your games from that app. Meanwhile, Gamma OS, you install it on the device, and then it is like the new build of Android for you. It's a complete overhaul. It optimizes everything from inside out. It is it gives you better battery life, better performance, more optimizations in pretty much every department. Gamma just basically over time has crafted it into a very optimized operating system that is geared entirely towards gaming. It has faster boot up times. You can he's working on something called Gamma OS Nano, where it's essentially a super lightweight build of Android that you can just boot right into games, just like you would with a Linux handheld. Something like super small, like a, you know, like a Pixel 2 or a TrimUI brick, you know, with Next UI. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Gamma OS. I've also talked with Gamma DJ Khaled, the DJ Khaled of developers. I talked with him on the Safe State podcast. He is just an absolute legend. Really inspiring dude and a great person to have in the scene. Leaf, you honestly think the D-pad is great. Now you just kind of want the Nokia 7705 twist for the memes. Yeah, I mean the D-pad, I don't agree with you. I think it's pretty trash, but I like the feeling of it because it's similar to the RGDS. It's a very similar like style D-pad, but the problem, what they did that makes it really bad in my opinion, is the accidental diagonals are extremely easy to press. I don't want Ravio crashing at my place, but he's given me no choice. My dude will just fully assimilate and take over my house. Ravio turning it into a whole operation. My dude's going full oh man, who was the drug lord who made the phone, who made the gold phone? I'm drawing a blank. That's Ravio though. That's what Ravio's channeling. Leaf, have I changed the wallpaper yet? You know what I did? I did actually. Let me show you. I technically did change the wallpaper to a different clock. This is a functioning clock because Anbernic really went all out on this device. But what I also did is, because I was so annoyed that by default, what happens when you close the device is it instantly flips to the clock screen, not just the lock screen, the clock screen. And what happens is if you put it in your pocket and then your pocket touches the screen, then it can just instantly unlock your device again. I hated that. So what I did is I just configured the closing. I set the closing to just go to full lock screen, full sleep, and then when I open it up, then it just launches right open. And to do that, it's actually pretty simple in the settings. Anbernic actually did like set aside their own little handheld game console settings, and then with the rotate setting, slide out, I did wake up and unlock, and then slide into settings, I set it to hibernation. If you set it to lock screen, then you get this. And then, by the way, this doesn't turn off until your screen dim and turn off timer goes off. You know what I mean? So if you have that set to 1 minute, then this clock is going to be on here for 1 minute. If you have it set to a 10-minute timeout, then this clock is going to be on here for 10 minutes. I hated that. I said, no, sir, and I just put it to hibernation. When I close it, I want it to go to sleep. And when it's open, I want it to wake up and unlock. It's very snappy, and I like it like that. So that's the same reason why I have Beacon as the home launcher here. Is it's super snappy, close it, and then when I want to open it up, then I just open it up. Unlock, boom. Gets right back into the game. Speaking of getting right back into the game, let's get back into Link Between Worlds. EF Walks. Hey man, is there a strong amount of motion blur? I don't think so. Not in this game. So, you know what you might be seeing is I'm streaming at 30 frames per second instead of 60 frames per second. So I'm streaming at like what I do my YouTube videos in, because that's how I have like all my cameras set up. So it might seem like maybe there's more motion blur because it's 30 frames per second instead of 60. I'll eventually I'll like, once I get a little more little more comfortable with like live streaming and all that stuff. Maybe eventually I'll look into like streaming at 60 frames per second, but for now 30 is just much easier on my cameras and from a performance standpoint too. And keeping them from overheating and all that. All right, what are these guys up to? That's a whopper of a story. What a whopper of a story. Let me catch up on chat here. Busted Cap, RGDS runs better with Linux. Yeah, yes, sir. I am with you. Rocknix has been great with the RGDS. I have mine dual booting Gamma OS and Rocknix. Spectre Spider, I hope I caught you before you dipped out, homie. Pleasure hanging out. Hope to rotate stream. Keep staying strong. Yes, sir. Catch you on the next one. Rotate. Chris God mode. Will Mario Kart 7 work with Gamma OS? Probably not. I think that because it was running at 40 FPS instead of 60, it would need another 50% performance increase to reach 60 FPS consistently. And I don't think that Gamma can squeeze another 50% performance out of it. So I don't think that Mario Kart 7 will be happening on this until emulators themselves are improved and optimized further. Ryan Lowe, what other devices have similar weight to this one? Off the dome, we were weighing a bunch of devices earlier in stream. I'll drop chapters in this stream, by the way. After, you know, once I'm off stream, and if you guys ever want to, like, you know, hop back and check out different chapters, then it should be easy to scrub around. It's basically, so this is basically the exact same weight as a Game Boy Color with a cartridge in it. I think it was about 10 grams heavier than a PS Vita, or maybe the Vita was 10 grams heavier than it. It was very similar to a PS Vita and a Game Boy Color. It was only 15 grams heavier than an Anbernic RG 35XX SP. So those are some devices that it was very similar weight to. Hopefully that gives you an idea. It's actually very like comfortably balanced weight-wise, and also like balance-wise. It seems like just a pretty well-designed handheld overall, except for the stupid speakers firing out the back and no headphone jack. You know, there were some real brain dead moves in there, but I know that the engineers, you know, probably wanted to include that stuff, but Anbernic said, hey, we got to save on costs, so, you know, we got to get this thing under $100. Anyways, hoping we can get just a little more combat. Green Pro Tag, random AF question. Oh, Leaf. Yeah, home screen. I got you. I'll show you it real quick. I didn't change the background. I was looking at, I was almost going to change it to the live background option, which is this. The problem is that it's very nauseating because there's like some camera movement. You see how the sun moves around in the center? It kind of makes me seasick to watch it because it's not a static, it's not like a standstill camera. It's floating around, and I don't like that. So I could probably load in some other stuff, some other wallpaper options, you know, from my own library. They've also got these as some other very tasteful designs. You know, you could get, you know, you could get the bootleg Oblivion world. if you really want. But or you could just load in your own wallpapers. But no, I've been using the beacon launcher as my main front end. This has been just a complete vibe. I've been really enjoying how beacon looks. You can see that there's like some subtle waves in the background. It's kind of hard to see. Let me brighten it up. It gives off like a kind of PSP XMB menu vibe going on, and I think that it just looks so classy. It's just such a nice vibe. It also just loads very quickly. Beacon Launcher is actually like super snappy. Okay, so we've checked out a bunch of 3DS games. Let's check out a quick little ship of Harkinian. This is the native Android port of Ocarina of Time. Leaf, do you think Cocoon would be good? Oh yeah, before we hop into Ship of Harkinian, let me actually show you Cocoon. So I tried out 7 different launchers to see which ones worked the best. I tried out Daigisho, ESDE, Cannoli, NeoStation, Cocoon, Beacon, and I guess the 7th one would just be Quickstep, what we're working with now. So in reality, 6 different apps and then the default one. But yeah, I have Cocoon set up right there. So you can see it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's just not loading my configuration. I had all of it configured, and for some reason it just doesn't want to load it. There we go. So about 20 something seconds to load into Cocoon and load up my, my background and stuff, my configurations. So not ideal. Very much not ideal. Also, I forget who mentioned the motion blur, but I think another thing that factors into that is my computer. It's my GPU. It sometimes struggles with like streaming and like keeping the consistent frame rate and all that stuff. But hopefully this stream is like a generally vibey experience. I don't know. Anyways, this is Cocoon. It's pretty sick, but it's just too demanding for this processor and 3 gigs of RAM. Like things just don't load that fast on here. It's not snappy. But anyways, it looks cool. I was very hopeful of Cocoon working like as I wanted it to, but we only have 3 gigs of RAM on here, and it's also a Unisoc T618 processor, so it's not exactly a performance powerhouse. Now, one thing that you can actually do that's pretty fun with this port of Ocarina of Time is you can run randomizers. So as you can see, I got the randomizer rand over there. And in addition, you can run it at 60 frames per second, 120 if you want to. You can also load in custom texture packs and like do like high resolution textures. You can do like different textures like 3DS and stuff like that. I was actually right before stream, I was like, hey, maybe it would be cool if I load in my custom textures that I was using on other devices. But it turns out that those were about 4 gigabytes, and I only have 3 gigs free on the RG Rotate because we only have 32 gigs of internal storage on here. It is measly, a measly 32 gigs of internal storage, which quickly gets eaten up by apps, by caching, So it's not great to have 32 gigs of internal storage. We need much more than that. But unfortunately, that's what we got to work with. So no custom textures. And also, I tried Windows emulation through like Game Native on here. And that also, even though I was installing onto the SD card, it still chewed up my internal storage with like, you know, Windows files and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very, very annoying. Speaking of annoying, I don't think I have the Sun Song. What did I have set to that? Let me see if I have the Sun Song. If I don't, then we're heading out of here because it's too damn dark. But yeah, Ship of Harkinian, highly recommend. Super fun port of Ocarina of Time. There's also Two Ship, Two Harkinian. Play on Too Fast, Too Furious. That's the Majora's Mask port. So if you're a fan of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, then definitely check those out. Let's hop into a little bit of Gambonanza. Check this out. This is pretty fun. This is a fun new roguelite game, very much like Balatro, but for chess. The AI, like machine, the CPU, I guess you would call it, opponent is very weird. Sometimes they play perfectly, and sometimes they just throw their pieces away. So, but it's a great game in theory, though. And overall, it's like relatively enjoyable. So, I'll give you guys a taste of this game. Not exactly the most demanding, but it looks great on this 1x1 screen. It scales really well, as you can see. So that's the thing with like a lot of these like Android games, is they actually scale quite well. Chat. And it also, even the sound effects sound like Balatro. Philip Dumas, are you storing the Rotate in a case? No, I'm not. I'm storing it right on in my pocket, and I usually put the screen facing the inside. So if I do end up like hitting the corner of a table or something, then it doesn't mess anything up. Yo, wait, what? Leave. Yours came with an anime girl live wallpaper. If my RG556 was charged, I would show you that one. Is it... I'm shot in the dark. Is it a purple background with an anime girl and like kind of like a little thing that's spinning? Is that the animation that they're still using? Because that was the one that was on the RG556 from ages ago. Let me take a look. What are these gambits here? When you have no pieces, waiting doubles the chance. Boom. Yes, exactly. Oh, they're still doing it. They've still got it. Anbernic has still got it. I'm using that goofy ass anime girl wallpaper. Classic. It's a decent, you know, animated wallpaper. I think I would prefer that one over the... Take that out. I'm a doofus, huh? Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, Gambonanza. It's very much like a Balatro for chess, as you can see. Same sound, same vibe. You got the store here. It's very small on this screen. That's the one thing that happens with a lot of these Android games, is they get very small. But if you have a magnifying glass, you know, you can zoom on in there. Anyways, some other fun games that you can actually play on here are Poke MMO. That's super fun. I haven't tried Diablo Immortal. Dungeon Crawler is also pretty sweet. Silksong and Hollow Knight. We played a little bit of Silksong in the last stream. So you can check that out if you're interested. But yeah, I'll give you a taste of Silksong. We're just after the first act of the game. Or not the first act, holy smokes. We're right after the first boss. So it's a little bit of a slow section. But yeah, let's wait for it to load up. It doesn't perform super well. And this is an unofficial Android port of Silksong. So it might not be perfectly optimized, but it runs a whole lot better than, you know, maybe the Switch port, which probably wouldn't run at all on here. Leaf's Leaf, maybe Isu when it comes out. I think that Isu will have similar performance requirements to Cocoon. They both seem to have like very similarly inspired you know, like animations and general design philosophy. So I would imagine that more or less they'll have comparable, you know, minimum performance threshold. So with that said, I think that Isu might need a little more juice than the RG Rotate can squeeze. So in the last stream, we went up against the first boss in the game, and during that part, the frame rate was really struggling. So in like basic areas like this, it's not terrible. I'd say it's hovering around 40 FPS. That 60 is a little bit deceiving at the top. But it is still pretty cool. It's pretty novel to be able to play Silksong on a little square handheld like this. And honestly, like, I know that a lot of people talk about how this screen has ghosting and a lot of flaws with it, but I think that from at least a color standpoint and general quality, I think that the screen is pretty nice. I need to do some ghosting tests on it to see how bad it gets when it comes to like pixel response time and general ghosting and all that. But from my casual use, I think that at least for like RPGs and stuff that doesn't need, you know, quick, crazy reaction, fast moving everything, it's generally a pretty solid screen. Saturated, contrasty. It's not an OLED, but for an LCD screen like IPS, pretty nice. Yo, what up, Too Loud? What up, Clef? How you guys doing, dude? What up, fellas? Family reunion in the house. I'm locking in here. Oh, I should have taken the don't touch the ground challenge and just went for all aerials. I would fail miserably if I did. Not with this D-pad. There we go. Clef, why is this not Mina the Hollower? Yo, Too Loud. Thanks for shouting me out on Discord, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Everybody come through. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Run it up, run up the stream. What up? What up, Matt? What in the shenanigans? What the Sigma? We're locked in tonight. We're just cooped up. I'm up rotating my RG on a Friday night. Yeah, Silksong, dude, honestly, Silksong is pretty solid on here. I think it's not perfect, like when it comes to certain bosses. It can, and like earlier game when there's a lot of stuff on screen, like a lot of effects and all that stuff, it can dip down to like 30 30 something FPS. But overall, I've never seen it drop below like, you know, 30, 25 FPS lowest. It's pretty solid, definitely playable. And honestly, this screen is like pretty nice. I know a lot of people talk about the ghosting and everything, but so I can't really speak on that because I need to do some ghosting tests. Really just lock in. It's especially hard to like, you know, test ghosting in games that don't run at like a full 60 FPS like this. It's hard to detect what's ghosting and what's just like a performance, you know, thing. But yeah, this is a absolutely gorgeous game. Like there's no denying that. Silksong is a absolute masterpiece. Man, what I really want to see is I want to see the golden, the Act 2 area, the Golden Bellway on here. That would look so good. Oh, oh no! Jump in that fire. Yes, yeah, Clef, exactly. They did such a great job optimizing Silksong for Android. Like being able to run Silksong on a T618 on like just a average old dusty ass chipset like this is just so sick. Yeah, that team behind this port really crushed it. I played some of the earlier builds too, and I was just very impressed off the rip. From the gate, out of the gate, I was like, oh, they're doing some dark magic to get this port running this well. I don't know if it was the same team behind the original Hollow Knight Android port, because I also played that one, and it I think that there were different dev teams, kind of all building off each other, kind of space race style, seeing who could build the best version. All right, let me try and get to the next bench, and then we'll hop out into a different thing. Oh, come on, come on. Oh no, I was trying to bounce up them to the top. Pause. So that's Silksong. Yeah, lots of fun Android games on here, honestly, and a lot of them scale really well to the square aspect ratio. Okay, let's do something fun. Yeah, no, it was yeah, Clef, it's an Android port, native Android port. It's crazy. Game native with, I found that game native on devices like this that have 32 gigs of internal storage. By the way, it's not like we have all 32 gigs available to us. We actually have more like 22 gigs available to use. So of that 22, you know, you can see here, we've got 16 dedicated to apps. We've got, you know, 2.5 gigs and dedicated to some large files. And that brings us up to 20. And then now we only have 4 gigs free. So that 32 gigs of internal storage really gets chewed up super quickly. Not a great time. So I found that game native, even though it installs games to the external drive, it relies a lot on internal, like downloading the drivers, downloading the firmware packages, all that stuff. And it ended up just completely maxing out my internal storage, so I had to wipe game native and unfortunately, and that was the end of my Windows emulation saga. Anyways, we're here in Sudachi. We're gonna play a little bit of Short Hike because this was the only way I managed to play Switch games on here. Yeah, Matt. Exactly. Like, I heard about the ghosting too, but my dumbass can't really see it. Well, because a lot of the time I'm playing slower paced games. Stuff that doesn't really get too affected by ghosting. I'm playing like RPGs, Animal Crossing on the 3DS. All right, we're chugging a little bit here. See if maybe it smoothens out a little bit. Come on. So this is the one Switch game I managed to get running. It's a short hike, very chill exploration game. It's actually relatively short too, hence the title. It is in fact a short hike. But it looks great on this screen. Let me drop the brightness just a hair. Now, one thing to note is that we have a 2000 milliamp hour battery on this, which means battery life will get drained pretty quickly. I recommend disabling stuff like Anbernic AI, any battery hogs that run in the background, because we need every ounce of battery life we can get. And especially if we're going to be gaming on it, you know what I mean? The games alone are going to be draining the battery. But yeah, another thing to, like, you know, keep in mind is also Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, disabling any like unnecessary stuff so that you can game for longer. What I get stick. Running surprisingly well. I mean, it is a relatively, like, it's not the most graphically intensive game, but hovering around between 30 and 40 FPS on average. Pretty consistently after the first hiccups. Very relaxing game. Oh, I know this one. Climb up. This is funny because I do, in my free time, I do partake in rock climbing. I'm an avid climber. I just got lead climbing certified, so I can lead climb at the gym now. That's fun. Crazy, bro, just pawned me off like that. I'll have you know. Eudaimonics, yeah, dude. We've only got, I mean, this is kind of the only Switch game we can really run well on here, but still, it's pretty fun to be able to just run all kinds of different stuff on this little $100 handheld. I've been having a blast with this Rotate. I've literally, it genuinely has not left my side. I will quite frequently like plug it in to charge it because I was using it before, and then I'll, within 5 minutes, I'll unplug it because I want to go somewhere else in the house and I want to keep gaming on it. It's been one of those handhelds to me, and I know it's not perfect. I know a lot of people have pointed out many ways that it's not perfect, including myself, but also some other handheld reviewers have kind of dunked on it. But again, you know, it's not for everybody, and there are very obvious ways that it's kind of, you know, not great. Like the speaker placement, the audio experience as a whole, it's just not ideal. I know that the heat management on here too, the chipset gets very hot because it doesn't have any active cooling, so it kind of is just warms up. It kind of becomes a hand warmer, which, hey, maybe you need a hand warmer. This would be a great option for that. Because goddamn, it heats up sometimes. It also, like, the controls, we only have a D-pad and face and 4 face buttons. We don't have any analog sticks, so I know that's a sore spot with a lot of people who might be looking for analog sticks, especially when we have a processor like the T618 under the hood here. You know, it's definitely a bummer that we don't have analog sticks on here, but I think that it's an engineering issue more so than an inherent choice. Just given how tightly packed everything is. I mean, even when we rotate it out, the back of the handheld rubs against the D-pad. I can imagine that an analog stick would not take too kindly to, you know, having that happen. All right, let's cruise. Cruise over onto this cruise. Oh! Oh no! I missed the landing. All right, let's get out of here. So that's a short hike, and I'm playing that in Sudachi, not Eden. Let me show you guys what Eden would look like, because it don't exactly run anything. I tried, trust me. Where did I put Eden? Did I shove it in here? Pause. There it is. Oh yeah, they changed their icon. Let me catch up on chat here. Chris got my big tech dogs in the chat. Yes, sir. Big clef dog. Would this be the most expensive, the world's most expensive hand warmer? I would press X to doubt on that one. They're probably more expensive hand warmers, but this might be the most functional hand warmer for $100. I'll place a bet on that one. So let me show you guys. This is the latest build of Eden. I have all the settings like turned down to, you know, we can turn this down to 0.5x. We can even do 0.25x for full potato quality, YouTube circa 2007. But we're going to do 0.5x. And then we're going to try and optimize pretty much everything here. Fast. You know, we got accuracy. You know, we got conservative. Disk cache. Let's turn on. I think async shaders is on by default. Nope, never mind. Let's turn that on. Maximum performance, we got that. All right. Everything's dialed in here. Let's see if we can run any game. Well, we're 0 for 1. Hey, hell yeah. Like Too Loud said, smash that like button, smash the subscribe, hit the notification bell if you want to tune in for future live streams. You know what to do. Go crazy in the chat. So that's 0 for 2 on 2 indie games, by the way. We got Fez, that's like a 20-year-old game, and Animal Well, which is a more recent game, but it's a very lightweight indie. Then here's Short Hike. It's looking promising. Oh! 3 strikes and you're out, says Eden. So that's the problem with Eden, is I think it's a little too new of an emulator for such an outdated chipset, and for 3 gigs of RAM. This whole spec loadout is just not made for Switch emulation. But we still managed to brute force one game using an old build of Sudachi. Now, taking it to the other side of the spectrum, let's kick it with some old school vibes with Pico 8. This is a fantasy console. It never actually existed. It was created as essentially like a game making engine in 2014. A super fun little thing. I think it's about $15 to get the Pico 8 license, and then people just make games for it, and you can just scrub through here and play all kinds of different fun games. And you can download new ones. You can see like what's featured this week. I was playing Loot Slime, kind of had like Animal Well vibes to it. Just one boss. Jet, I haven't played that one. I can look that up. Just one boss. Oh yeah, and for search, it's very old school. You do it one letter at a time. It's very quirky. It's a super quirky little experience. But I put off getting Pico 8 for the longest time. I'd always heard about it, and I was like, maybe I'll eventually, pick up the license and check it out. But yeah, I might wait for the right device. And this has felt like the right device for Pico 8. I've really enjoyed playing it on here. So let's check out just one boss. And just like that, just one game. Oh, do I go in there? Okay. This is going to be one of those games that just goes 0 to 100, isn't it? And this is the fun thing about Pico 8 games too, is each one is its own unique experience, and you never really know what you're gonna get. And you can just quickly hop between different games. Oh, this is gonna be one of those games that really heats up. Bullet hell vibes. And if you like a game, what you can do is you can just favorite it, and then you can play it later. Come back to it. Build up like a nice little favorites list of fun Pico 8 games. But yeah, Pico 8 is a square console, so it scales really well to this square aspect ratio screen. It just looks very natural. Yeah. That's pretty fun. No, it's just going to keep eating up and getting crazy and crazy. Somebody built like a bootleg Minecraft in here. I thought that was absolutely insane. I'll show you that for literally 30 seconds because I don't want to torture myself into playing more. All right, how do I do this? How do I move the cursor, bro? There we go. Oh yeah, Slime World. All right, here is Minecraft made on Pico 8. Yo, AJ, currently watching you on my RG Rotate. That is insane. I agree. The sound quality is mid as hell on the RG Rotate, which is crazy because they literally advertise this as a sound like device, as a DAP, as a music player, and the craziest thing is that the audio experience is probably one of its worst features because you have to use a very specific USB-C dongle, and the speaker is awful, and they don't include a dongle either. They say good luck, have fun, figure it out yourself, I guess. All right, let's so how do I switch Yep. We're gonna just place that. And take that one. So we're playing Minecraft with a D-pad and 2 buttons. And we're definitely playing something. I think I'm playing myself. This is, in fact, one of the experiences of all time. At least I got some wood to show for it. Hey, yo. All right. Anyways, that's that. That's Linecraft. What it's called. But there are plenty other. There's some actually. This one's a really fun one, and I saw that Russ actually mentioned it too. This is Marble Merger. Marble Merger. Let's merge some marbles. It's like Suika. And the marbles, they merge into each other. And it's physics. And it's super satisfying because they all just kind of squish around. This one has been a great bathroom game. Because it's so mindless, but it's so just like chill. Just keep that sucker in your favorites and load it up. Big vibes. If you want something more chaotic, because this does get a little chaotic, but if you want something a little more chaotic, you can get Suika Game D-Make. This one gets a little crazy because they're just jumping and bouncing around. yeah, leaves. You had to. I mean, I commend you for trying. You tried, so we didn't have to. But yeah. Isu did the Isu Alpha doesn't run at all, because that's another thing is we got to keep in mind that Isu is in its alpha stage, so they haven't even gotten to the optimization like phase of development. They're still building it, so I have no faith that it will run on this handheld anytime soon. But in the meantime, I mean, Beacon is my front end of choice on the RG Rotate, but Cocoon's not bad. It just takes like 20 seconds to load, which is kind of annoying. ESDE is fine too. Not as snappy as Beacon, but it's pretty decent, you know. But if you're but I'm assuming that you're looking for something that kind of has that modern edge, like Cocoon or Isu or Console Launcher. I call those, in my head, I call those like the Generation 3 front ends, where they're much more experiential and immersive than you know, your Generation 2 front ends like Beacon and ESDE, Daijisho. I consider those like Generation 2 front ends. That's kind of just how I you know, separate them in my mind. Kind of like Pokemon generations, you know. But yeah, this is Suika D-Make, absolute vibe. You know what I mean? Just big coolin'. So one thing that is that we can do is we can do integer scaling, or we can, you know, we can scale to full screen like this. Full screen's going to be a little softer, and then you can like add a shader on top if you want to. So this fills out the entire screen. Now you're seeing the whole screen filled out. And honestly, like, this is great. This is pretty awesome way to play Pico 8, because it's a very substantial 1x1 screen for such a compact handheld. Yeah, Alex. You say you're gonna play Marble Merger for 5 minutes, and it's 2 hours later. Same, dude. I'm like, I feel like it's a time machine going in there. Like, if I open this up, there is no way I'm not, you know, playing until I lose, which is going to be about 30 minutes each round. Hell yeah, Leaves. Yeah, stick the Daijisho. Yeah, that's a great, like, you know, solid go-to. It's very, very mature front end and pretty well optimized. This is Loot Slime. It's got like kind of animal well vibes to it. It's like a Metroidvania kind of thing. So check this out. Hold on, let me see if I can do it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know what I gotta do. Bang. And then crazy platforming. Bow. And then, oh no. I've done this before. I can only do it when no one's looking. Oh, rats. Very slippery. Oh. But yeah, it's like a Metroidvania, you know, you kind of bounce around. I mean, you just try not to die. Pick up different power-ups, stuff like that. Very hard, actually. But that's one of the featured ones. Celeste, actually, a lot of people don't know, but Celeste started as a Pico 8 game. And this was the original Pico 8 game here. Might seem a little bit familiar. A lot of the levels are you know, come from this original demo that they made. Original game. This one's a fun one. You can actually beat it in probably like 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Oh no, I didn't do it right. All right, we'll get through this. Ka-chow. And then one more I'll show you is Labyrinth. This one graphically looks pretty sick. Too loud. Gonna run Forza Horizon 6. Show me Forza Horizon 6. Is this 2-player? Why is it in 2-player mode? What the hell? Oh, I accidentally clicked 2-player. Huh. Maybe not. What the heck? Why are you in 2-player mode? Answer me. Yeah, I don't know why that's in 2-player mode. That's a little confusing. Well, anyways, that's Pico 8. Super sick. Super fun on this square screen device here. Yeah, here we go. And then you just kind of run around, grab the books that they're looking for, and then more customers show up, and you got 5 minutes to do all that stuff. Pretty fun. I don't know why it's defaulting to 2-player. Maybe it's like recognizing 2 controllers or something like that. But anyways, let's hop back into our beacon launcher here. So we've checked out some 3DS Android games. DS is actually pretty sweet too. We tested some of this in the last stream, but I'll show you guys what I've done to kind of tune it up a little bit. Right now we're running it in DraStic, which is the built-in emulator, like the default emulator. And you can see I kind of have a crazy layout where the top screen is enormous and the bottom screen is tiny. And then switching is the same as I do for the for Azahar. I have it set to R2 back here. That's how I switch screens. Makes it super easy because I can a lot of these DS games have like a primary screen and then like a secondary that might have like inventory on it or something. Oh, this is left. That's crazy. Bullet bill in this economy. So this actually isn't Mario Kart DS. This is actually CTGP Nitro, which is a ROM hack of Mario Kart DS. I don't know how. That was a miracle that I managed to dodge every power-up. It's a ROM hack of Mario Kart DS that adds a bunch of custom tracks, custom players, and it's pretty sick. It just enhances the overall experience. Like, the amount of custom maps is crazy in here. A lot of like remade maps from other consoles like N64, Wii, stuff that like came after the DS release. So I ain't winning this race. I'll show you. CTGP Nitro. Always 150cc with the Minecraft Mario. Is it even a question? All right, let's get the right specs. Something like that. So this is where things get fun. Is we got like the, you know, we got some beta maps in the mix. Luigi Raceway, Mario Raceway, Hyrule Circuit from the Wii U. Pretty sick. Let's do that one. Jesse Cohen, can't wait for yours to arrive. Hell yeah! Let's go, let's go, let's go! So I was talking with MCon Josh, the creative MCon back in CES in January, and he was telling me about their like upcoming prototypes that they were working on. How do I consistently miss all the power-ups? He was talking to me about this touchpad prototype controller, like an MCon's like super slim. And one of the features that he was mentioning, like because it's a touchscreen touchpad thing, is you can do drift snaking in Mario Kart DS, where it's I just tanked that hit right there, which I've never done before, like snake drifting, which I think is like drifting essentially like back and forth like this, that, and then just like basically constantly drifting. I'm not entirely sure, but the way he was telling me about it, I was like, damn, you know more about Mario Kart DS than anyone that I've spoken to. You, good sir, are a true gamer. Has anyone ever told you that? Have you played a game before? You sound like you played at least one. But yeah, it got me thinking. I was like, you know, maybe I should just lock in on Mario Kart DS, become the world's best Mario Kart DS player, and finally take down the competition for good. Anyone who's ever talked down on my name, anyone who's ever disrespected my my existing and my future lineage. If I can just beat them in Mario Kart DS, I'll be good. I can rest peacefully. Also, sorry if I'm not reading chat. I'm quite literally locked in on this 150cc race here. think if I play my cards right, I can finesse this. Oh, come on. Dude. No. Oh, no. What the hell is that? No, I need an instant replay on that. Oh, that is crazy. Yo, that was so close. Okay, whatever. What's the standings looking like? All right, 8 points versus 10. I'll pick up on this later. Let me drop a save state. And then peace out of here. By the way, I installed a newer version of DraStic that is just a little more optimized and just cleaner overall. Some of Anbernic's pre-installed emulators are kind of dusty in my opinion. They're a little bit like outdated. They don't they don't have all the latest features, or their performance is not great. But honestly, their DS build was fine. I wanted a little more. I forget why I did it exactly. I'm kind of making it up. But look at that. I got all the games we could possibly game. What kind of game? You guys want to see any other DS games? Yeah, Man on Fire, dude. I've really been enjoying DS and 3DS on here. 3DS isn't perfect because it's a little bit more of a demanding system than original DS. We can maybe play a bit of Kirby Superstar Ultra just to give you a sense of what something like Kirby might look like. Yeah, Leaf, exactly. MCon Slim and the Light. Yeah. Me, Too Loud Tech, and Digital Jedi Gaming. We got our hands on with those prototypes, and it was really sick. Just to be able to like talk with Josh and get like his perspective on what he's been working on, because he's a brilliant engineer. That guy is a fucking super genius. So he was just like, and it was funny because he, being at a tech convention, he spent, probably so much time just getting bombarded by like news outlets and people who might not be the most avid gamers because they're spending more time, doing news coverage. So when he finally talked with us, who like all we do is play games in our free time, he was like so jazzed. Like, yeah, man, you guys get it. You guys, you guys actually, can relate to. So that was nice to be able to just kind of talk with him, talk shop about gaming, and what kind of stuff we were interested in. Now, this first level of Kirby DS is pretty slow. But this will give you an idea of like what Kirby looks like on here. It looks really nice. Now I did saturate the screen a little bit, saturate the camera a little bit more, just because I like colors, I like saturation. But this is how it looks. I think playing primarily single screen DS games is going to be the move, because you can full screen the top screen, and then it just looks much better than having like the two tiny screens, in my opinion. I'll show you what two tiny screens might look like. It looks something like this. Do I have a layout set? Oh. Maybe I don't. Select screen layout. Oh yeah, maybe I did. Maybe I did just fully change that. No, there we go. Much smaller when you have both screens at their original aspect ratios, like fully on screen at the same time. It's just a whole thing. Can I work this dude? Send him to the Shadow Realm. See you never, little bro. Yeah, so this is the one thing with DS is that it has two 4:3 aspect ratio screens. So if you need both screens at the same size on screen at the same time, this is what it's going to look like, and it's not great. Very tightly jammed. Meanwhile, if you only need one screen at a time to be big, then you can set it up like this. And then you can map one of your buttons, like R2 on the back here, to switch screen. Much more fun. Oh, I know we got the tree down here, I think. Solo. Man on Fire. What other consoles? I can peruse. I can peruse what other consoles we got. Let me make a little save state here. I'll show you. So I've got this thing loaded up with all kinds of different consoles. We've got 3DS that we took a look at the beginning of the stream. A little bit of DS gaming. Some GameCube games actually run pretty decently. Not many, though. Mario Kart Double Dash doesn't exactly run full speed. Paper Mario is actually pretty great, and same with the beginning of Wind Waker. I imagine that as you get more into the game and go through further levels, then it will probably be less optimized and run a bit slower. The Tony Hawk games weren't running too well. If you want to play Twilight Princess, I recommend playing the Android port. It's called Dusklight. That runs significantly better because it's a native Android port. So GameCube, you might get a couple games on GameCube. N64 has pretty solid, rock solid performance. The biggest problem being that we only have a D-pad here, so you gotta work with that. There's no C buttons, and that can be a little tricky because the N64 was designed for people with 3 hands. So with that, it's hard to map out all the buttons in a way that makes sense. I got a lot of Game Boy Advance games on here too. A lot of the classics, DBZ, Metroid, Castlevania, Kirby, Mario, Naruto, Pokemon. And then I got a handful of like Game Boy Color games too. Game Boy Color actually looks very good on here. I'll show you a little bit. Because it scales to almost to pretty much the full screen. It's a very... We'll do a Warrior Land 3. F it. We ball. Now I've got a little shader going on here with an overlay. This is a custom overlay from GitHub. Let me pull up the name of it. It's the Mugwomp 93 overlay pack. If you're interested in like this overlay for RetroArch, I'll toss a link in the description, but I'll also toss a link here. Let me see if I can find it. That's the overlay that I'm running in RetroArch. Let's go. Oh. What do I do? What do I do now that I'm a zombo? What the hell? Oh. I'm sorry, but has no one talked about how much cake Wario had in this game? Like, god damn. Bro had the whole bakery. And nobody batted an eye. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, Game Boy Color actually looks like very great on here. And you can run it without the shader and without the overlay that I have on here too. I kind of got more of a retro aesthetic look on here. Like you can kind of customize this to whatever you're into. Yo, too loud. Listen, I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. Like, come on now. Ain't no way y'all ain't noticed that dump truck. Got pulled up with the dump truck and wasn't even trash day. That's all I'm saying. What up, Golden Fro? Golden Fro, recognize it. Let's head out of here. Hop into a little bit of PS2. So I did showcase God of War 2 and Simpsons Hit and Run on the last stream, but I'll give y'all a quick sample of what PS2 emulation might look like, because it's not great. It is very, it struggles. Let's put it that way. GameCube is you're much more likely to get to have success with GameCube games as opposed to PS2, which is rough. Leaves Leaf. What GBA games should you play? What GBA games are you interested in? Let's start there. And I might have a recommendation. Too Loud in the chat is also a GBA head. So what kind of games are you into? I'm big into. I really like the GBA Pokemon games, the GBA Castlevania and Zelda ones. I love those. There's a ton of like hidden gems on the GBA as well. Like some ROM hacks, translations. I actually might have a save state. All right. So right now we have a -3 underclock. So we're underclocking as underclocked as you can get. A moderate underclock on cycle skip. And then all this other, you know, fun stuff here, multi-threaded, all that jazz. And still, it is struggling. It is gasping for air in Simpsons Hit and Run. And to really bring it to its knees, you know what we're going to do. We're going to do the thing. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Oh, it's holding up surprisingly well. We're just hovering around you know, 12 frames per second.
Whoa! Sweet, sweet obsessive collecting. Bouncy, bouncy.
I forgot about double jump in this game. What the hell?
Ooh, I'm soaring like a candy wrapper in an updraft.
So even with all of these underclocks, it's still just not even close to 20 or 30 FPS. We're at a rock solid 17. And you know, another pretty easy to run game that we can test out is maybe something like God of War 2. Cool, Bob. What about pavers of games? What do you mean pavers of games? Let me decipher that. Pavers of games. Do they work better? Ports of games? Pavers. Joe, how good is GBA PlayStation 1 on this thing? GBA is pretty decent. It's a little bit smaller than you might want because this is a square aspect ratio screen and the GBA was a little more widescreen, so it's a fair amount lower. Let me show you the first I'll show you guys the crippling oh, I don't even know if we made it past the... Yeah, I think we just threw in the towel after the cutscene, huh? You know what? We're here. Let's stick it out. We're gonna...
By defeating Ares,
Let's see if I can skip through this cutscene.
the once mortal warrior, became the new...
So, yeah, Game Boy Advance is a little bit small, but it's actually pretty dang solid, especially with this control layout and just the general vibes. It kind of feels like a small, yeah, GBA SP. It feels like a metal GBA SP, but just a sliding version. For PlayStation 1, it's actually very solid because a lot of PS1 games were designed for this kind of layout with the D-pad, and if anything, they might need the DualShock, like a couple games, I think, maybe. But in that case, we just, you know, toggle the virtual joystick here by tapping the power button and the volume up. And the way that PlayStation 1 games scale is 4:3, which is not quite a square. It's like a little bit smaller. They look pretty great. I think I like to turn off the wobbliness. But you can keep the wobbliness on. Emulation wise, they run pretty smoothly. You can scale them up to like 2-3 times resolution. No problemo. All depends on you know, what games you're playing and what kind of settings you have enabled to, because there's like speed hacks that you can do to like make games run at higher frame rates than they originally intended to, all that jazz. But yeah, definitely PS1 it would be pretty dang solid on here. Shouldn't have any performance issues at all. Leaf, some game recommendations. All right, I'm gonna hit you with a couple just off the dome that I like and maybe you'll like, possibly. I I played Metroid. If you like Metroid games, Metroid Desolation is a really fun open-ended Metroid game. It's a lot more open world feeling. Not open world like literally, but it's on the Game Boy Advance. And it is it's a really fun game that just has a lot to sink your teeth into. If you like Metroid games, if you like Castlevania games, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow Reprise is pretty fun. It's like a boss rush roguelike version of Castlevania. So as you can see here, God of War 2 is pretty rough. We have the same settings as we did on Simpsons Hit and Run. As in, we're very underclocked here. Show you guys. We have 0.75x times resolution. Okay, so we have mild underclocks. Let's try and crank those down even more. Let's do the same ones as Simpsons. It's gonna be a rough run, but let's do it. A lot of frame skipping. It's also running faster than it should be, I think. But I'm not sure. Kind of feels like I'm playing a stop motion, but like playing at 150% speed. That's the thing with underclocking, is some of the time it actually makes the game run faster, and not in the good way. It makes the game logic run faster. So that's God of War 2. Some other game recommendations for you, Leaf would be some other GBA game recommendations. Pokemon Lazarus, you probably heard some other people talking about it. That one's a really fun one. It's a Pokemon ROM hack, as you probably would expect. It's relatively new. Came out like, in the last year. Pokemon Unbound, if you haven't played it, you probably played that one. If you like Mario and Luigi games, like the RPG ones, then check out Tomato Adventure. It's made by the same development team. It was actually made before Mario and Luigi. It was kind of the spiritual predecessor to Mario and Luigi. I believe they used the same engine, move it between the two games. Let me show you guys a little PlayStation 1. Yeah, so Tomato Adventure is a very fascinating game because it was originally built for the Game Boy Color, but it took so long that by the time the development studio had was ready but had the game complete, then the Game Boy Advance was releasing like a month or two later. So the publisher was like, hey, can you just make the game again, but on the Game Boy Advance? So that's what they did. They made the new engine, remade it for the Game Boy Advance, and it's a fantastic game. Same humor as Mario and Luigi, same vibes. Similar gameplay to an extent, but a little more gimmicky, which is ironic because the name of the moves, the special moves in the game, they're called gimmicks. So a little bit of a self-referential humor there, but yeah, definitely check out Tomato Adventure if you like RPG games and the classic Mario and Luigi humor. So this is Spyro on the PlayStation 1 with I think I turned off the wobble, so it just felt more like an N64 game, because I grew up with N64 games which had like true 3D, not it had a true Z buffer. So in essence, it was more 3D than the PlayStation 1, which was logically more of a 2D system that simulated 3D. The Nintendo 64 was a true 3D console with a Z buffer. So in order to kind of get closer to that, I turned off the wobbliness, and it feels a lot closer.
That means
to see a yes Alphonic, completely agree. That's the magic of these retro handhelds. It really is like what you're experiencing is that's why I love these little handheld consoles. And I try to like, you know, when I let other people like, you know, when I talk to other people about them, I'm like, hey, hold this. What game did you play as a kid? Because we're gonna play that right now. I'm gonna find it and we're gonna play it. Like I always try and you know, give other people that feeling, because it's so sick. It's so awesome. Technology is just amazing, and you know, being able to literally play the games that we had to run on a full-blown console back in the day, to play those on these little handhelds, play them anywhere, and like, you know, pick up and play, put them down, make a little save state, and then switch between the different games is just, there's nothing like it. It's so much fun. I got so much love for retro games. AJ Mitchell, how's the standby drain? Yeah, it's pretty not great. Standby drain. I'd say, yeah, it's probably, I need to do some standby drain tests, but it's a lot more than you might expect, especially because, you know, while it might be, I don't know, I'm throwing out a number here because I need to do some hard testing, but maybe it's 10% drain overnight. You know, you put it on your nightstand at 90% battery and you wake up and it's like 80 or 75. That might be only a 5% drain on a Retroid Pocket 6 or something like that. You know, or if it's a 10% drain, it might be a 3% drain on a Retroid Pocket 6 because it has a 3 times bigger battery. So the big part of the standby drain that makes this kind of a problem, it makes it worse of a problem, is because it's a 2000 milliamp hour battery. So when you put it to sleep overnight, maybe it loses the same amount as another handheld, but it's a dinky little battery. So percentage-wise, it's a lot more jarring when you wake up and you're like, oh, I just lost, you know, 10, 12% battery. That sucks. Or you have it in your pocket for like half the day and you lose a couple percent, you know. Not ideal. Not the most efficient in standby. Yeah, putting it into airplane mode probably would help, honestly. And I think it might honestly be closer to 5% drain overnight. I don't know. I need to do testing. But I know that from my general daily use, the standby time is nothing impressive. And a big part of that is because it's a 2000 milliamp hour battery. It's just too small to be like, to have impressive efficiency. It's also just an older chip too. Older processor, not as efficient. But one thing I would recommend for anybody who picks up an RG Rotate is disable any like unnecessary apps in the settings, like Anbernic AI. Uninstall any junk apps that might be running in the background. Just try to make it more of an efficient device, because it needs every percentage that it can get. All right, enough running around in here. Let's play a couple GBA games. Actually, first let me show you guys what PSP looks like. I turn this down before I get copyright striked. What was that fan game called again? Fan game of which one? Oh, so that fan made project for Golden Sun. Ooh. Interesting. I've never played a Golden Sun. It's always kind of been on my backlog list of like, you know, I should probably check it out at some point. Slime. Sure. But yeah, as you can see, we're stretching out this PSP just a little bit. Make it fill up more of the screen. And then let's turn off the, I think we gotta go into driver details, settings, audio, music, and then turn that music off because they use copywritten music. Come on, fellas. There we go. Gotta confirm. All right. Play a little PSP.
Burnout Dominator is all about owning the track and dominating your rivals. If you want to get ahead in this game, you'll need to take risks.
No way you go full stretch, AJ. Never go full stretch.
First off, you need to know about
Never go full stretch.
driving dangerously.
Stretching 16 by 9 to 1 by 1 is might be clinically insane. Listen, I get stretching it to 3 by 2. I get stretching it to 4 by 3. Stretching it to 1 by 1. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah. Look at that. Let's see how it looks in game.
Max out your boost bar, hit boost, and burn it all in one. This is a burner.
Right now, I'm like it's not bad, but something tells me if I try to play Kingdom Hearts on here and I see Goofy just built like a Ticonderoga number 2 pencil. I think I might lose my lunch, man. What is up with this 2-minute, 10-minute intro here? God damn. Leaf. It will change your life. Golden Sun will change my life. I do have to check it out. I am interested. Problem is RPGs, man, and time. RPGs and time are quite at odds with each other. So right now, I'm my plan is to play more Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor 2 on the 3DS. That's kind of the one that I'm a little drawn into right now, but that might change at any given point. So all right, so game plan. We're gonna play a little bit of this, and then I think what I want to do is show you guys Paper Mario, because I've tweaked some of the settings in Paper Mario on the GameCube, actually. Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. All right, let's do it. Golden Sun has to be the next RPG you play. Hell yeah. I'm down. Which one should I start with? I get it. You just showed me like a 10-minute video. Bruh. All right, let's they told me to do dangerous things. What should I do? You know what I noticed with Burnout games is it's a lot like Tony Hawk games. You know, when you turn off the music because you're live streaming, the vibes are just different. It's a lot more eerie when you don't have like a blaring soundtrack, when you don't have My Chemical Romance and Blink 182 on full tilt. When you don't have Helicopter by Block Party at 11 out of 10 volume. Oh. The aftertouch feature is always sick. I do really like that. Can I race some people? Well, let's take a look at what settings we're looking at. I think we're running this at... Yeah, we're running this at 2x resolution with the Vulkan renderer. Frame skip off. Yeah, this has no problem running PSP. Pretty smooth, pretty seamless. Let's hop on out of here. Let me show you guys a little bit of... Oh yeah, in the last stream too, we tested out God of War on PSP. If you guys are interested in going back, checking that out. But we're gonna check out Paper Mario Thousand Year Door on the GameCube. Yeah, AJ, you might have converted me, dude. You know, I'll never forget the first time I stretched it. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that Friday night. 2:15 a.m. Yeah, no, my boy AJ told me to stretch it. He said it wasn't that bad. He told me to stretch it. All right, so this is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door on Le GameCube. We're running this in Dolphin, not Dolphin MMJR2, and not the pre-installed version of Dolphin either. This is the development build of Dolphin. Let me see if the place that you can get it is from the Dolphin website. Something dolphin.org, and then you scroll down past all the regular builds of, like, you know, the normal standard builds. There should be the developer builds section lower down on the page. That's the one that we're running this on because it actually runs pretty well. And then another thing is we're using the European ROM, the PAL ROM, so that it runs at 50 hertz or 50 frames per second instead of 60 as its max. That's what I'm saying, Golden Fro. Who up stretching it right now? Like, goddamn. Who up stretching it? Who up rotating and stretching it? So PAL ROMs, using these European PAL ROMs that max out at 50 frames per second instead of 60 is a great, like, little cheat code to getting better performance on lower end chipsets and processors like this. Like, like lower end handhelds in general, because it doesn't need to run at full 60 frames per second to be full speed. It only needs to hit 50. And I've also got, I think I've got like a widescreen hack going on here too. Let me show you guys exactly what I got. Graphics settings, Vulkan backend, hybrid Uber shaders, compile before start, stretching it. You know the deal. For hacks, I've got the... I think it was in enhancements, actually. Widescreen hack enabled. And I know it's not widescreen, but having that widescreen hack enabled, I also just disabled it. Having that enabled in combination with the... I think I also might have like a widescreen cheat enabled, but the widescreen hack is doing a lot of the heavy lifting with like sorting out the it kind of fills the UI. It sorts the UI out a little bit, fills everything to the screen while not like literally stretching it. Oh yeah, AJ, I gotta try the remake on the Switch. Yeah, I've always just been using the classic 1000-year door here. Let's see if I can knock this guy out. I came on here with the hammer. Yeah, it runs surprisingly well at 50 FPS. I think when it gets to parts that are a little more demanding, like when Mario folds himself up and they do the paper effects, the 3D paper effects, that's where the frame rate kind of slugs a little more. But for the most part, pretty vibey. You'll see another thing that kind of chugs is kind of wonks out a little bit is this whole menu thing. So it's not perfect, the whole like widescreen for full screen hack. As you can see, it's very hacky, but I much prefer this than I'm gonna be honest, I'm a recovering stretcher. You know, I stretched it a lot on my PSP, so I'm gonna try and not stretch it as much on the GameCube. So that's why I do like the whole widescreen hack thing. And this was actually something that Tech Tweed introduced me to. He was showing us that this little nifty hack, how it sounds counterintuitive, enabling the widescreen hack on a non-widescreen console. You think that it would just stretch it out like crazy, but it actually doesn't. It does the opposite. No, Leafs leave. You had Origami King, but you don't know what happened to it. That sucks. I never played Origami King. I honestly think that 1000-year door was like when the series really peaked. I need to try some of those later entries. I tried Sticker Star on the 3DS and I was like, what is this? This isn't Paper Mario. I mean, it is, but it's not. It was like just a much different vibe than I was looking for. That text box really, really doing something. What should we do? Oh, can we? No, we probably can't. Can we break Big Dog? Probably need a big hammer to break Big Dog, huh? Yeah, I know, dude. The leaf, the white bar stuck at the bottom of the screen. I know. Let's. I always forget when that happens. I notice it. So when I'm not on stream and completely overstimulated, usually I notice those kinds of things, and I'm usually like super, like, how do I get that off? How do I get it? How do I get it to look normal? So I think that might have fixed it. Let's go! We did it. We rescued it. I think it was because I loaded up like the settings menu at some point. Whoa. So we're also running this at the original resolution. So we're running this at native resolution, PAL version. So it runs at 50 FPS. Got the widescreen hack on, and in Dolphin developer mode, this is kind of where the secret sauce is. It just enables a lot more performance. Oh, I'm Fred. Oh, let's go! Got the parry. No platypus. So once I'm out of this battle, we'll I pressed completely. I spaced out. Once I'm out of this battle, I'll show you guys a little sample of Wind Waker. We checked it out in the last stream, but I kind of just want to show if there's anybody new hanging out tonight what Wind Waker looks like. It's pretty decent. It's promising, but I am, you know, cautious to say that it runs great. So this is where the frame rate is really going to get crunchy when it does those 3D effects. So Tutorial Island in Wind Waker, that first section that you start in, that runs pretty decently. We're also I'm using the what's called the Better Wind Waker mod, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a better version of Wind Waker. It's a little more it has some quality of life improvements, faster sailing, like better rupee management. You can customize your character too, all kinds of different stuff. There's a ton of different quality of life improvements. But here's what this looks like in the Dolphin developer build. You know, obviously, we're not really doing anything too demanding. We're just kind of running around. I gotta get my hands on a sword. Low key. Where's Grammy at with the sword? Oh no, we're at 5% battery. So the biggest problem that comes with having one USB-C port and having this like whole dongle life is on some devices, newer devices especially, you might be fine. You might be able to use like an audio and video or an audio and power splitter and be able to charge and use audio at the same time. But that's not the case on the RG Rotate. You can only use audio at this, you can only use audio in that port, or you can use power. And you just got to pick one. I tried last week to use both simultaneously, and unfortunately, it was not a success. Maybe there's a dongle that works with it. Maybe there's like a, splitter that works better. But alas, I could not get it to work. So in the meantime, we're gonna keep jamming for a little bit, turn on some vibe music. Let's charge it up. Charge that thing up. Mr. Silva, you received the plastic one yesterday. Let's go. How do you like it? How does it feel? How do you like the software and all that stuff? Do you have any other like handhelds like it? Some other retro handhelds, Anbernic stuff or RetroArch or anything like that? Where do I get the sword from? I want to fight. Leaf. Yours was slowing down a lot, even with these exact settings. Was it with the developer build too, Leaf? And what game was it? Are you running Paper Mario, or is it Wind Waker? All right, what's going on downstairs? We gotta check in on little bro. I think my boy is crashing out downstairs. One thing that is interesting about having a very small battery is it charges up pretty quickly because it's so small. So percentage wise, it only takes like maybe an hour and a half to charge up like by 100% because it's such a small battery. Maybe if it was 4,000 milliamp hours, it probably would have taken 2 to 3 hours. But instead, it's only an hour, maybe less. I don't know, I gotta do some testing on it. Wind Waker developer build. Ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe there's some other... How deep into the game are you? Or is it, are you in the same place and it's getting like weirdly low settings? So I've got video backend Vulkan, hybrid Uber shaders, compile before starting, internal resolution set to 1. I'll just go through all of them. And hacks, here's where I think they're a little funky. I know VBI skip is, some people like to have that one. Those are all the settings. You also got to make sure to have dual core speed hack enabled. Yeah, if you're matching those settings and you're still getting weird performance, I don't know. Ka-chow. Wait, I already did this. Oh, I didn't save state. Go time. Mr. Silva, yeah, but yeah, the plastic one is light and comfortable. Nice. You're waiting for the metal one to decide your main. The plastic feels a little more on the fragile side. So we did a bunch of weight comparisons earlier in the stream. The metal one it weighs exactly the same as a Game Boy Color and Game Boy Color cartridge, and around the same as a PS Vita, plus or minus 10 grams. It weighs 210 point something grams is how much the metal one weighs. I'm sorry, what? Little bro. What? Yo. I'm sorry, what did Unk say? That's crazy. Yeah, flag on the play. Leaf, you haven't even watched DBZ, but the fighting games are sick. Yeah. Hey, if you ever have the inkling to watch DBZ, check out DBZ Kai. That's the best place to start. It basically cuts out all the fluff of the original, you know, Dragon Ball Z. There's also like Super and all the newer ones too. They're pretty sick. Maybe skip GT. I know I skipped GT. All right, where's my? Can I just leave with the sword? Sam, you had better performance using an ISO version of the Wind Waker ROM. Interesting. So yeah, that makes me think, you know, maybe another part of it is because I'm using the better Wind Waker patch. Maybe it did something there, but I don't know how much it did in terms of optimizations. Slugs, you need the fluff. Doesn't have blood. Yeah. That is the one like big downside. I don't know if you necessarily need the fluff, but the lack of blood is very Nintendo coded. Like it's very much just like Mortal Kombat on a Nintendo console type shit. Like what why did they do that? Why'd you guys take out the blood? Unsupportive person, thank you so much for putting together a live stream showing you how to even use this device. Of course, yeah, thanks for hanging. I appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, I've been having a blast with this device, and I'm working on a review, but usually my reviews take anywhere from 1 week to 1 month to many months. if it's the AYN Thor review, I like to really just like give a review however long I need on it, and I never try to rush anything. I think it's much more important to just create like stuff that, like, especially when it comes to my review videos, I really want to create like reviews that cover everything that I would want to cover, and not leave any important stones unturned. And whether that means take an extra week to do it or an extra month, that's how I approach my reviews. But when it comes to live streams, I love hanging out with everybody and giving some tips along the way, answering any questions I can. I'm not a pro handheld enjoyer, but I've been around the block a time or two, so however I can help, I'm glad to. All right, we're at 20%. Let's drop a save state. And let's hop over into Beacon Launcher. Beacon Launcher has been sick. I don't know why I put Resident Evil 4 on here. I feel like the controls on that would be excruciating. Let's see if we can run a little bit of this. Even with no audio. Also, by the way, if you guys are just joining, sorry for the no audio. We're charging the handheld right now. So, unfortunately, Anbernic in their infinite brilliance made it so that they not only didn't include a headphone jack dongle, but they also might have not, allowed for simultaneous charging and audio out at the same time. TBD though. Maybe I'm just a doofus. Operator error. AJ Mitchell. Ship of Arcanian, 2-ship, Dusklight. You're hoping for Wind Waker recomp. Somebody's working on it. There's somebody out there working on a Wind Waker recomp. The Dusklight one honestly came out of nowhere. I was shocked to hear that it was already ready, because I heard rumblings like a year ago that there was a team working on a Twilight Princess recomp, but I didn't think that they would have a fully finished port like this year. And it's good. It is so good. I showed some gameplay on it on a handheld on a bunch of different devices like 2 streams ago on the $100 handheld stream, where I just showed like 4 handhelds for $100. I was big on Dusklight at the time, so showing that off. Cyber Gaming, what up, dude? Yep, took the words right out of my mouth. That backwards firing speaker is disgusting. What possessed them to do that? I've something that I've always said: the best place for audio to go is away from your ears. That's exactly where you want your audio facing, is away from your ears. As far away as possible, actually. Literally the polar opposite direction. Not downward firing, not side firing, not up firing, back firing. Yeah, some of the worst back shots you could ask for. Anyways, that's why I got that soundboard. That's also why stream was an hour later than I originally wanted to start streaming. Because I was setting up that stupid ass soundboard. This is running shockingly well. I'm actually pretty happy with this performance. I know it's the first level, but we're getting like a solid 60 here. And I'll once we've got a little more charge in here, I'll plug back in the speakers so you guys can hear the audio. Golden Pro. Yeah, dude, AJ, right. At least included a headphone jack port or something. You know what? Speaking of, also, what just happened? What did I do? What is happening? I look away for 1 second and now my head is, yo, that's actually, wait a minute. Infinite coin hack? What the hell? Oh, there we go. Pause this for a second. Yeah, okay, so yeah, AJ, they could have at least, oh, there goes my charger. Well, good time for, I guess, swapping into this. At least they could have included a headphone jack. You know, at least they could have included a dongle. They don't even include a dongle with it. They just kind of leave everyone out to dry. And like, there's just good luck. I guess, you know, figure it out yourself. Is just a crazy mindset that like they're shaving costs on everything, and then they're adding in I guess in relative terms very like a pretty dang powerful chipset. Like they're including a pretty solid chipset, and then they're just mailing it in everywhere else. They're like, no headphone jack, backfiring speaker, we can't figure it out, let's just ship it out, get out the door. 3 gigs of RAM too. Let me know if this is too loud, by the way, or too quiet. I'll turn down just a step. I'm running very consistently. I know it's the first level, so yeah, I would expect that, but oh, there we go again. Infinite gold. I love that. It's like 5-10 people clapping. Nice job. Oh no. All right, let me see if I can. Oh, I flubbed it. Whatever. Very slightly too loud. Got you. How's this? A little more balanced. I have my headphones balanced a little differently, so I'm relying on you guys. Into the dungeon. Yeah, this seems like it's very solid. Not really having too many problems. All right. So that's New Super Mario Bros. 2. I feel like we can confidently say that is running crispy. Oh, I forgot. Save states don't work in Azahar. Yeah, so that's a fun little quirk with this Azahar and this handheld is the save states never work. They always crash. So hopefully autosave, will save me if I ever want to play that again. Unlucky skill issue on my end. But let's check out a couple Game Boy Advance games. Oh yeah, so I was telling you guys about Aria of Sorrow Reprise earlier. I need to see which one. So that's Rando. That's Rando. That's our reprise. This is a fun little Game Boy Advance game. And I got a fun, speaking of fun little GBA game, I also got a fun little overlay. Okay, sick. Audio is crispy. Let's go. Thanks, fellas. Disable the virtual analog stick. What should we do? Normal, hard. Let's do hard. Roguelike. F it. I played normal and I got to like level 150. And I was like, eh. Let's try going a little harder. Dude, yeah. Cyber, you're telling me, dude, everything that you're saying, those are the same things that I'm tilted about. But again, even with I literally like same exact brainwave. I am tilted about all those things. I don't like all those decisions, and yet I still really like this device. It's like Anbernic just made some stupid decisions. They didn't include a headphone jack. They put a backfiring speaker. They gave a really low amount of RAM, 3 gigs of RAM. And yet still, it's a really good device. I really like it. And I've been daily using it for like, not just like a daily use, like I'll play it for 15 minutes here and there every day or two. I've been playing this thing for hour or two every day minimum, probably noodling around with it for more than that. Like, yeah, I've been just having a blast with this handheld. It's really clicking with me, more so than any other of their recent handhelds. The RGDS out of the box was a pretty bad experience, so that one was a little tough. That one really needed Linux, like Rocknix and Gamma OS to save it. But with this handheld, like, it's got a very solid, especially the metal version. It just has like a really nice feel to it and a really great foundation with that Unisoc T618 processor. For this size, it's a very solid performance. It's not amazing. It's not, you know, gonna create miracles, but as you guys, that's crazy. I'm sorry, but I blinked and I died. Cyber, that's crazy. Run it back, is what I say. We're doing hard. Cyber face buttons are pretty nice, pretty solid. Nothing to complain about. Not the best, far from the worst. Meanwhile, the D-pad is on first glance and first use, you might be like, oh, this is a decent D-pad. It's kind of like the RGDS. It's pretty normal. There's nothing amazing, but nothing terrible about it. And then the more that you use it, the more that you realize that there are a ton of accidental diagonals that it's very prone to just accidental diagonals, especially in analog stick based games. It occasionally in analog stick games, it kind of feels like you're fighting against the D-pad a little bit, and it feels like it just over wiggles. Just feels a little wiggly. I mean, the actual D-pad itself feels solid, and it feels like, you know, your normal D-pad, but the inputs that it's registering are just kind of wonky sometimes. Not great for precision based games, I'd say. Oh, got booted out of there. All right, I think I can't tank the hits anymore. Lesson learned, I cannot tank the hits. Hard mode does not play well with tanking. Like, holy smokes, I'm already down to 63 health. So as you can see, the unique thing with Aria of Sorrow Reprise is that each room, it's a very much like a boss rush roguelike kind of vibe to it. Each room has either no attribute or a unique attribute, like faster enemies, a slower gravity, harder hitting enemies. There's a... And then after you beat 10 rooms, then the boss door opens up and you can beat the boss, and then you move on to the next phase, which opens up like a different part of the map. It's very fun and very interesting and unique. It's just like a refreshing take on Aria of Sorrow. Another great game is Dawn of Sorrow, obviously, on the DS. Dawn of Sorrow Definitive Edition is killer. There's also some solid randomizers, if you guys like randomizers on Dawn of Sorrow and Metroid and all that stuff. Checking out chat. Also, what up, all 37 y'all? Hope you're having a good time hanging out with me. Thank you. We're chilling. Sound off in the comments. Go crazy. Go stupid. Let me know if you want me to test out any games. I might have them. Might not. Probably won't. I got a lot of GBA games on here, though. So chances are higher for GBA. Dude, I'm getting freaking rushed right now. Holy smokes. No, I'm so fried. I'm so fried. There's no shot. Yo. Yo! God damn. Damn it. Okay, anyways, checking out chat. Heading to bed. Later, Golden Fro. Thanks for hanging, dude. Great to see you, as usual. Which Metroid did you recommend, Leaf? Leaf, I recommended Metroid Desolation. Let me show you. Metroid Desolation. This one is a really fun exploratory ROM hack of Zero Mission. Mr. Silva, do you think it will have a fix to the D-pad? Something tells me that I wouldn't hold my breath. I think Anbernic is probably already on to their next 5 devices. They probably won't fix the D-pad. If they do, it'll be a pleasant surprise, and maybe it'll come later on in the product life cycle, sort of as a way to keep people interested in the product. Like, hey, we just, we fixed this problem, so, maybe buy the device now. Anbernic has an interesting way of like doing things, and it's not always like the best for us consumers. So I wouldn't necessarily trust that they'll fix the D-pad. Again, it's not the worst. I'm still having a ton of fun with this handheld in general, but it is a little disappointing that the D-pad is it's not great. If I were to rank it out of 10, I'd probably rank it a 4.5 to 5. On initial feel, I'd rank it like a 6.5 to 7. But with those diagonals and stuff, that brings it down to like a 4.5. Because the diagonals are sneaky. It's like when you want it to work the most, that's when it bugs out. And but I've also after using it for the last week, I've kind of adapted to it a little bit subconsciously. So I don't know, maybe it's like it has been less of a problem recently for me, but it could also just be the games that I'm playing. I don't know. I'm also kind of weird, so maybe that has something to do with it. GG, can you play any Jewish games on this thing? I would assume so. I think, yeah. I wouldn't see why not. I'm pretty sure that Anbernic it has that feature, if you would call it a feature. What kind of games you thinking? Cyber. Half a sec later, is it still that way or has software? Let me check out your whole message here. You watched some early reviews, but thought it might be okay if you used Bluetooth headphones, but they were having a big delay on sound. Yeah, I can tell you so I have done some Bluetooth headphone testing. It's bad. It's real slow, unusably slow. Even with like, I have 2 pairs of Bluetooth earbuds that are designed for low latency. Even with those, the latency is like half a second. It's really gnarly. It's not a good time. I would not recommend it. So I think, maybe the closest thing Bluetooth related would be using like that USB-C to Bluetooth dongle or adapter that Russ was talking about. But I don't know. I think you might just want to stick with wired earbuds, unfortunately, with a USB-C dongle. Yeah, I don't know if they could necessarily fix it, Zyber. Bluetooth. So Bluetooth is always tricky when it comes to gaming and like high response, like fast response gaming and like stuff like that, because Bluetooth is designed for first and foremost efficiency and battery longevity and like keeping these devices powered. Usually they rock at like a low refresh rate, because for every time usually when you double the refresh rate, you half the battery life, because it's doing twice as many CPU cycles, or like processor cycles, I guess. So yeah, a lot of Bluetooth stuff is just designed to just sit battery life instead of actually be like designed for gaming. And then the gaming, like wireless gaming stuff, is usually has some like proprietary wireless stuff in the mix. Like the Steam controller has a little extra zhuzh in there to make it low latency. Apple AirPods, same thing. They got some extra magic behind the scenes technologically to give them really low latency. But yeah, I don't know. I've just always struggled with using Bluetooth earbuds for gaming. It just never lands the way you want it to. It's always a little sluggish at best, very sluggish at worst, unplayable at worst. M2 is playing PSP games comfortable. Yeah, I really like playing PSP games on here. The one thing to keep in mind is with PSP specifically is that it had the D-pad and the analog stick, so you might find yourself having to switch, because we don't have an analog stick here. You might find yourself having to switch between like the toggling the D-pad mode and the analog stick mode. And to do that, there's a power button on the side, volume up here. You just tap both of them at the same time, and then you get enable virtual joystick, and that turns the D-pad into an analog stick. That's how it reads in the software, and then you can disable it when you don't need the analog stick anymore. So usually it's best for primarily D-pad centric games, and that's a lot of PSP games. So I found that in general PSP is pretty solid. It's a little bit small on the square aspect ratio screen, but you can just stretch it out, stretch it to fill the screen. Yeah, we were stretching it earlier. having a good old stretch fest. You can also stretch it like halfway if you don't want the fully like super stretched out vertically game. You can stretch it a little bit to fill out more of the screen. It's totally up to you. In general, I don't mind PSP on here. I think it's relatively enjoyable, but this wouldn't be my go-to for PSP. You know what I mean? I would probably pick a widescreen device before I play PSP on here. Something like the, like a Mangmi Air X or like a Retroid Pocket or something like that. But ideally something that's relatively cheap because, it's PSP emulation. It's very efficient. So this is Metroid Desolation, by the way. It's a ROM hack of Zero Mission. That's very like open-ended, and there's less. It's a ROM hack, so it's made by a community developer, and they made it to be like a huge map, and much less guided than your traditional Metroid games. It's much more like open-ended. So I've had a lot of fun playing that one. It really gets interesting, especially because, man, it kicked my ass. It forced me to get better at my at Metroid mechanics, and I actually had to learn shine sparking and like chaining shine sparks and stuff like that to really get a higher completion percentage on that game. Anyways, I know we've got Pokemon Radical Red on here. Orland 4. Let's see what other like easy to hop in games we got. Oop. Cyber Gaming, it was a deaf person that made this thing. Yeah, I know, right? It seems like they really just made this thing with earmuffs on. I mean, like, what are they thinking? Let's just send the audio away from your ears. I don't know. It sounds fine to me. and also, and another thing with the speakers is they are unreasonably loud, even at the quietest setting. At least on my handheld, and I'm assuming on others, is that the quietest setting is still relatively loud. It's like still a normal volume. It's like the equivalent of like a 30% volume on any other handheld. That's the lowest possible volume you can get out of this, which means that the highest is extremely loud. Crazy loud. Oh, you know what's fun? I'm pretty sure that we have a gyroscope, which is it's relatively unique for a handheld in this, in that like, sub $100 range. I know the metal one is right. It's a little above $100, but a lot of those cheaper handhelds don't have gyroscope, and I'm pretty sure that this has it. I think we just got to set it up. Let's see. Auxiliary sensor input. Auxiliary sensor input. We might not have it. I might be capping. Am I? I capping? I think I'm capping, y'all. Maybe we don't have it. God damn it. I thought we had it. Did I come unplugged? Am I? Sam. Am I unplugged? Oh no. What happened? Okay. Oh, jeez. I was like, no one could hear me. The void has taken over. Yeah, no, we good. Hell yeah. Yo. Either Too Loud or Jedi. What up? Under the same state pod. You can't wait till your rotate gets here. It's only been in LA for 5 days. Oh. Yo. Is it just stuck there? Is it doing that, like, you know, the postal service is just kind of twiddling their thumbs? I've heard other people, like, they're you know, the rotates were shipping and they were just getting caught in it shipping, so it's a little annoying. Let's do Warrior Land 4. I've heard that this is a pretty fun ROM hack. It also has retro achievements. That's another fun thing about this handheld is we got retro achievements. Yeah. It's good. It's really good. It's flawed as all hell, but it's a really fun handheld. It's really fun. I think that's like my big takeaways. It's powerful and it's fun. And we need more handhelds like this from Anbernic. They swung and missed on the RG Vita. The RG DS is like they're just cobbling together. They're trying to like scrape back. They're trying to make up for all the problems caused by it, including an underpowered chipset. Like recently they've just been on like a weird tear, and I think that this, although it still has some of that DNA of them just like making stupid decisions. I think that the rotating, you know, screen and the fact that they put a T618 in here is honestly very interesting. It's in a good way. Like I appreciate that they put a more powerful chipset in here, something that's actually like, you know, pretty competent. You know, one very interesting bit of lore is that the same development team who made Warrior Land 4 also made Metroid Fusion, and they made it on the same engine. So in Metroid Fusion, there's a hidden debug room where there's Wario Land 4 blocks, like these purple blocks. There's other, you know, colored blocks too. It's like a debug room to test out all of Samus's different power-ups. It's very fun. If you search Metroid Fusion debug room, you'll see all of the Wario Land assets in there. And it's like such a trippy, like, fever dream. So as you can see, like with this square aspect ratio screen, Game Boy Advance is pretty small. It's not exactly, you know, ideal to play GBA on, but with a nice, like, you know, custom shader or custom overlay like this, border, that kind of thing, it fills out the screen a little more, and the colors at least like look great on here. I think that this screen is actually just a really solid screen overall. Actually drop it down even further. There we go. Yeah. All right, so that's Warrior Land 4. Let's show off a little bit of Link's Awakening. Monto, it's KFC time. That's crazy. AJ just noticed there's a schedule power on off mode and setting. That must be Anbernic's way of mitigating the standby drain. Yeah, you know, Anbernic, they maybe it is. Yeah, I don't know. With a 2000 milliamp hour battery, there's only so much we can do. So I think Anbernic just kind of included whatever they could. I know some people, some other people who have the Rotate have been testing out, like, trying out other ways to manage the battery life. Something that will help a ton is when Gamma has a full build of Gamma OS ready for this, ready for the Rotate. And if anybody, that'll come in time. I think he's planning on releasing it in the next week or two, but obviously TBD, let Gamma cook. But when that does come out, that should improve the battery life drastically. And the best place to grab that would be on his Patreon when it does come out. It's a couple bucks, and then you can grab whatever builds of Gamma OS you want on like whatever devices it came out on. Oh, I'm just eating that. What the hell? Yo! It's just tanking those hits for no reason. Let me see if I can turn off this. So the one thing with this community border that I've got here is it's got its own little like shader overlay. Yeah, if we go into on-screen overlay, that's what it looks like without the overlay. Whoops. Looks like that without the overlay. We got the white bar. There we go. God damn it. The white bar that haunts my dreams. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. And then I'm gonna go right back into launch it again. And this time I pray that the white bar disappears. And it doesn't. God damn it. It's brutal. Well, alas. Yeah, Gamma is on the way. Gamma is the way. And hopefully Gamma can remove this goddamn white bar that is haunting the bottom of my screen. Anyways, we'll play this until the power runs out. Drop any other games you guys want to see in the chat. I can check them out quick style. See if I got them. Yeah, AJ, I think Gamma will really take this device to the next level. It's already great, and I think you know, having a really rock solid operating system with some nice pre-configured stuff in there, you know, especially when it comes to battery life, man. Like he is a magician when it comes to battery life, and the T618 is kind of like it's like home field advantage for him. It's home turf. He has done some killer work on this processor. Yeah, Cyber. Game Boy Color looks great. I've really been enjoying Game Boy Color on here. Oh, whoops. When it comes to RetroArch, I highly recommend setting up 2 things at the very least. And that is setting up autosave in here. So I have this, first off, this menu. Your menu might look different than mine, but if you want it to look similar, hop into the settings and then user interface. At the very bottom, there's XMB. And then after setting XMB, go into the appearance and then toggling all this stuff on. There's also one thingy thing for, I think there's like a handheld mode or something. I forget where it is. But it makes the XMB just kind of scale a little better. It might be under appearance. But yeah, with all this, that's how you kind of get it to look like this. But the 2 things that I would recommend enabling in RetroArch are auto save state and auto load state. And then increasing automatically to like 10 saves, either 5 or 10 auto saves. I do 10 because I'm crazy like that. But this will mean that like every time you quit out, it'll just automatically save. And then every time you hop back in, it'll automatically load. It makes it so easy to just pick up and play and just super convenient. And once you got that, then the other thing that is nice to enable, well, actually 2 other things. One more thing with the whole like auto save, auto load stuff is you go to input, and then if you hop down to hotkeys, setting the controller quit to start and select the controller combo. Then whenever you press start and select at the same time, then it'll just quit right out of RetroArch and it'll automatically save where you're at in the game too. And then when you hop back into that game, it'll automatically load exactly where you left off. Super great. I love setting up those kinds of things on little on-the-go pocket-sized handhelds like this. And then one more thing that I definitely recommend enabling on every device is going into, where is it? It's I think it's latency, run ahead, and then turning run ahead to, I mean, it depends on the game. I think that run ahead might be a little too much for this processor depending on like what system you're on. So maybe don't enable run ahead on like the more demanding systems. But what run ahead does is it reduces latency with like input latency and stuff like that. Now, one thing that I am a little hesitant now thinking about it is that this screen, the response rate of this screen is already like a little on the slow side. So maybe run ahead might help make up for that. But maybe it also might just not do anything because the screen is already a bit of a slow refresh rate. So who knows? All I know is that, you know, run ahead is something to definitely at least try messing around with, seeing if you like it, see if games feel snappier, or what might happen is it might cause the game to be too demanding because it's trying to literally emulate ahead of time. And run additional core logic to reduce latency. So it's a fancy little thing, but yeah, run ahead is pretty cool for like, you know, very snappy, quick demanding games, like fast response stuff. Kind of has like a more of a CRT feel to it. You know how CRTs are just like very snappy when it comes to like inputs and stuff like that. All right, speaking of, let's hop out of here and let's hop into... I haven't shown any Super Nintendo, have I? Show off a little bit of a... And Chrono Trigger looks great. Yoshi's Island. What's this one? Ah, same ROM. Why is it showing the Game Boy Advance overlay? Let's swap that to overlay. Switch this over to a Super Nintendo overlay. Do I even have one? Oh no, we're gonna have to use Anbernic's default overlays if we want one. Here's what they look like. It's definitely something. And then I think that the way that they like to do it is like setting it up to have to be 8x7 and all this jazz. I don't know. Anbernic, they probably want it 8x7 and then pushed up a little bit. I don't know if I have it in me to do all that stuff. I think we're just gonna play its classic way. Let's first hop out of here. I want to see if I can quickly work around that white bar at the bottom. It's pretty annoying. There we go. No white bar. The white bar has been eliminated. But we do have Game Boy Advance on screen. Let's turn that off. And save the core override. Basic Pixel Gamma Squeeze single-handedly saved Anbernic Android handheld. That is I put that on my tombstone. That is a goddamn fact. Let the world know. Gamma is saving these handhelds. Because Anbernic is like hardware first. They make the hardware, the software is a second thought, maybe a third thought. Like it's a pretty low priority. They just want to make the hardware, market the hardware, sell the hardware. Once it gets into your hands, a lot of the time they don't really care what happens after that. They're trying to be a little better at that, and like it seems like they're realizing that software is an important thing to customer satisfaction and customer, like, making sure that we're happy so that we buy more stuff from them. Otherwise, we just don't want to buy more stuff. So I think that they're starting to realize that, and that's why we're starting to see like, RG DS Linux build and and updates to the RG 405M and all that stuff. Like, I think that they're pushing updates to all these handhelds so that people will actually look into buying them again. It's a bit of a weird, like, dichotomy that it's a bit of a weird dynamic that they release a device and then they don't fix it for like 6 months, maybe a year. They just kind of let people struggle. But yeah, instead of taking the time that it needs to develop it and make it right before releasing. But hey, that's just Anbernic, baby. That's where Gamma is just like an absolute champ. Because Gamma is like basically teaching the Anbernic developers how to fix their own problems. Oh, I thought I could just big body it. Not gonna lie. Spent all my eggs. I thought I could just body him on my Dolo. Gade Beaston, can you fill the screen with stretch? I can stretch it. I can absolutely stretch it. Check this one out, stretched. Let's hop into video. Scaling. And then we'll just, let's see if we can fill the screen. That's how it looks stretched. Might be a little too stretched for some people's taste. But one man's stretch is another man's stretcher. I don't know. It's a workshop in that one. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to see what it looks like. Please tell me what you think. I think it looks pretty, a little too stretched for my taste. You know, so I would probably settle on something in between, where it's maybe something like this, like an 8x7. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit stretched, but it's not overly stretched or like obviously stretched. 8x7 is an aspect ratio for at least for Super Nintendo that was more or less how the games were developed. And then when they were put onto, like, played on CRTs, then they were played in 4x3 a lot of the time. And they were, like, cropped and stuff like that. You know, there was, like, certain things. I'm not super, you know, knowledgeable on all the details, but I know that 8x7 is, like, it just feels pretty decent overall. It feels right. Oh, I'm swinging. I'm missing. Yeah. Come on. All right. One shot. Would you take it? Or just let it slip? Mom spaghetti. Easy. Light work. Light work for the Yosh. This is your last chance, everybody. Sound off. Let me know if you want to see any more games before this handheld dies. Any specific games. This is your last dance. This is your last song. I'm going for like a kind of a wedding DJ vibe with that one. Eight by 7 looks perfect for your taste. You might have to pick up one of these. Brightness looks pretty decent. The brightness is very nice for this. I think the screen is pretty great overall, especially for like casual gamers. More like hardcore gamers might notice that there's some screen ghosting. Personally, I haven't had much of a problem with it. I haven't had much of an issue. It might just be the games that I'm playing. It might be my eyeballs, but I think that the screen looks great. It's interesting because it's a square aspect ratio. A lot of different systems might be this kind of shape because this is this is 8x7. So a lot of other systems might look closer to this 4x3. What's that? 5x4. Let's do 4x3. This is how a lot of other systems might look, like, say, PlayStation 1, Nintendo 64, Dreamcast. This is 4x3, kind of the classic ratio. But I think that what you can do with a lot of them is you can probably change the aspect ratio a little bit, stretch it out a little more, set it to 8x7, or fill out half the screen. I found that, especially just for the size of this handheld and the amount of power under the hood, like there's It's very, very unique. And in a lot of ways. The square aspect ratio, too. But it's pretty cool to just be able to play all these different systems. Also, having the square screen works pretty great for Nintendo DS and 3DS. So take that for what you will. It's not perfect. We tested out some 3DS at the beginning of the stream, and I'd say the performance was both impressive and as expected. Of like, okay, Mario Kart 7 doesn't play full speed. I should have known. I should have expected that from a, you know, from a Unisoc T618 processor with 3 gigs of RAM. Yeah, Gabe Beeston, you just want a small, cheap handheld for 45-minute bus ride daily. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is a big step up over the V90. Huge step up. I think you'll have a blast with this one. I'd recommend the metal one. It's a little bit more expensive, and I think it probably comes out to like $110, at least on AliExpress, and then there's like coupons and stuff like that you can use to maybe get it down to 100. But yeah, it's so it might be a little expensive for like a budget handheld, but in my opinion, oh, it is definitely worth it. It's such a premium feeling handheld, and the plastic version, I've heard from a couple different people that the plastic version is slightly flimsy feeling. And also that the heat, like playing more demanding games, it can have a pretty firm heat spot, because this processor does get pretty toasty when you play like higher demand games. So it's not like a flawless handheld by any means, but I found it to just be really, really fun and versatile. So that's why I like it. Let's fire some eggs. Come on, one more. Yeah. Oh, I flubbed that one. Might work. Yoshi's Island is such a vibe of a game. It's such a chill platformer compared to like the occasionally pretty intense Mario games. And don't even get me started on Donkey Kong games. Those are very hard. And a completely different pace than any other, like, you know, Mario platformer type games. Yoshi's Island is just like, you're just on an island with the Yosh. Big Yosh. Gabe, last question. Does this hinge, or whatever you'd call it, feel sturdy? Yeah, it does. It feels actually very, very surprisingly sturdy, especially on this metal one. You can see that it doesn't, you know, it has, I don't really think it has too much give, like a slight amount of give. I'd say that's pretty normal amount of give. It's not and then we have that little notch on the side there that catches it when you close it. And the metal one, overall, I think the metal one is the move. I think a lot of people should probably consider the metal one first, and then if they want to, like, you know, save $20 and you know, or prefer plastic, prefer that more like retro feel, then holy shit, he turned into a helicopter. Hey, yo, what do I do? What the? How do I bring my child? Yo, what? I've never gotten this far, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna cat. Yeah. I think that the metal one is just super premium feeling. I'm also kind of a sucker for metal handhelds. I've got quite a few of them. Got a small collection, small museum full of metal handhelds. Even though I don't have an RG 405M, and I think that I will take that to the grave with me as the biggest regret in life. I'm kidding. Should have been called the RG Switchblade. Yo, Switchblade would have been sick. That's like taking a page out of Razor's book. That's on some Razor naming. It's better than a Acer's product naming. Acer Predator. Like, what the? Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Got the Acer Diddy handheld just dropped. What the shit? Gabe. Yeah, check it out, dude. Hell yeah. Also, the green metal handhelds look awesome. You wish you came in that cover. The silver. I agree with you. I'm a sucker for colored metal, red metal, like blue metal, green metal. It just all looks so cool. But yeah, I originally I was looking into the black one, and then I was like, because usually I prefer black handhelds, or like, you know, I just usually prefer the darker ones, either black or white. And then I realized that the silver is the only option for metal. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I won't like silver. Maybe I just kind of, we'll see. And I really grown to like the silver. I think that it's pretty classy. And it's a vibe. I haven't tried the metal. I haven't tried the black one though. So I'm only speaking from somebody who, hey, yo, get back here. Oh, I'm fried. Yeah. God damn it. Give me some egg nuggets. Anybody else in chat want to? Oh, well, look at that timing. I was gonna ask if anybody wanted to throw in any game recommendations, but the handheld hath decided that the time has cometh, and that's why. That's why my lovely overpaid producer is gonna send it to the face cam. Do the honors. Yeah. Go crazy. Go. Go crazy. No problem, Gabe. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and always down to answer any questions, give my perspective, and hopefully, you know, help you find the handheld that's right for you, doggy. But hey, everybody, thanks for hanging. This was a killer stream. Had a blast. We checked out some 3DS games on here. We checked out some DS. Oh man, some native Android games. A little bit of PSP, a little bit of PS2, a little bit of PlayStation, a little bit of everything. We took a little bit of Game Boy Color. Man, we played a lot of games tonight. I had a blast. Thank you, M. Sam. I appreciate you, doggy. Everybody in chat, go crazy, go crazy, go crazy. Thanks for hanging, everybody. I had a blast tonight. You know what to do. Go ahead and like that stream, subscribe if you're new here, and turn on notifications if you want to be notified next time I stream, because I don't have a schedule. I just stream when I stream. It's kind of like a mystery loot box. So turn on that notification so you know when I'm going live. If you're interested in picking up an RG Rotate, this little rotating fella, then rotate down to that description. I got a link. Supports the channel. It's affiliate link. I really like this handheld. I think it's a blast. Working on a review. Keep an eye out for that. And yeah, hope y'all have a lovely evening, dawn, dusk, day, night, wherever you are all at. I'm Monto Tech. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Later.